Hello, and welcome to this, our 106th live stream. It may be a problem if Mr. EC reads the Bible more than you do. That just sort of goes without saying. Read your Bibles, kids. You don't want to read your Bible less than a sock puppet. I'm just saying. Just saying. Could be. So welcome again to our weekly live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And tonight is no exception. We've got a great lineup of questions and we're going to get right into it. We are going to do, for those who aren't familiar with the whole Mount Ebal amulet situation, we are going to be doing a whole man-machine alert for Monday on this. So tune in for that. We got some stuff that's actually pretty shocking about that, so stay tuned for that. It should be very, very interesting. Okay, so the rules are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. This is just standard YouTube stuff here. We do take non-super chats though. And if you want to ask a non-super chat, we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of your question, so I know that it's directed to me. We ask that you post the question only once, because I do scan through the live chat looking for questions. So if you put it in more than once, it throws me off, and we're not going to answer the question. And finally, if it happens to be a question about a verse in the Bible, or a word in a foreign language, please give us a little context. For example, if it's a something in the Bible, please give us the book it's from, the chapter and the verse. And if it's a foreign word, we just ask that you give us what language you think it's in and what you think it means. Just again, to speed up the process and just give us a little context as we go. So with that said, let's get into the questions. We are going to start tonight with 4 non-super chats. And the first one here is from Christian Bolshevik. And he asks, every single cult center from ancient Egypt shows evidence of Asherah worship, double altars or standing stones, lion figures, etc. If monotheism existed, why do no cult centers reflect this? Okay. I think there's an interpretive problem with the question. Okay? So I think this was important to sort of flesh this out. We do find at several cult sites that even those that are, say, dedicated to a singular divine figure, they can have double altars and standing stones and even figures of animals. So that's not exactly indicative of Asherah worship. Now, it's possible that these could be associated with Asherah, but it's not completely the case. Like, for example, Solomon had lions on his throne. That's not an indication of him being an Asherah worshiper, at least not the time that he was, making his palace. Standing stones, Motsebot, were also erected by Abraham and the patriarchs. Okay, so that's also going to be something that we have to keep in mind too, that just because they're using these things and double altars, well, the tabernacle itself had 2 altars. It had both a altar of burnt offering and an incense altar. So multiple altars is also not indicative of, say, polytheistic worship. So there's a lot of reasons here to not necessarily connect this with Asherah worship. Now, suffice it to say, Asherah worship was rife. Okay, there's no denying that. But those particular aspects are also not connected directly with Asherah either. For a very, very good book, I would recommend Richard Hess's Ancient Israelite Religions. Now, he doesn't sugarcoat this. He thinks that there was a whole lot of polytheism going on in Israel. I think there's a whole lot of polytheism going on in Israel. But I also think that there was also monotheistic worship as well. That the monotheism was just part of the whole religious mix of ancient Israel. So there's and Hess has a very sort of balanced view on this. He has a very balanced view on this. He thinks that there's both existing in the culture. So yeah. Well, he as I said, Hess doesn't sugarcoat anything. He doesn't sugarcoat anything in his lectures either, which is really funny. It's actually really a blast to hear the guy lecture, because he'll just tell you straight as it is. He just doesn't mind just telling it, blurting right out what he thinks. So it's a lot of fun to actually sit in on his lectures. But he will say too that ancient Israelite religions, and I'm using the plural here, I mean, it's a blend, it's a mix of polytheism and monotheism, and even henotheism. It's all over the map. So, you are going to have henotheistic worship of Yahweh. You're also going to have monotheistic worship of Yahweh as well. So, but he's also very cautious in basically saying too that these double altars, the standing stones, the leonine figures, they go way back into the history of Israel, and they're not, say, unique to any one particular god or goddess. So, yeah, TY says a hodgepodge, as Heiser once said. Yeah, it was a hodgepodge. So again, I think one of the things like the standing stones is a remnant of pre-Israelite worship that was conducted by the patriarchs. Almost everything here could have been done by the patriarchs. So that's where I would leave this question at this point is, yeah, it's a hodgepodge. So you're going to find that Monotheism is going to use these same symbols and practices, just like the polytheists are going to use these practices and symbols as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Our second question of the night here comes from 501 Mobius, who says, how do you pronounce words like charu, cheku, and jarem? Okay. Okay. That's how I would pronounce them. Okay. Now, the TJ is basic. If we were to write this in, say, more academic script, we would use a T with a underscore underneath it. And that is the ch sound. So that is charu. Okay. Same with cheku. Okay. Now, when you transcribe it into, say, the transliteration format, again, it's going to look different than what we see here. But these are the sort of the English equivalents of the transliterations. And the DJ, that is the danja. And it's a j sound. Almost like jar. Okay? So it's jarem. So you have charu, cheku, and jarem. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, we will check Jack Ray's email when the time comes. I'll make a note of the time. It's about 8:13ish. Okay. I do love our new system of doing keeping track of chats is really wonderful because it gives us a timestamp too, which we've never had in the past, and that just makes things so much easier. Okay, our third question here is from 501 Mobius. Are there very many archaeological papers that remain unpublished that the public may never see? Oh, yes. Very, very many. The fact is, most academic archaeological papers get their start at conferences. Okay? Among those papers that are published or that are given at conferences, a very, very small number, maybe 10%-ish, and I'm just sort of spitballing that, will ever be published. Some of them won't be published because they don't contribute much to the field. Some aren't published because they're low quality. Some aren't published because it's just a heck of a lot of work to get it published. I've got a lot of unpublished papers. I used to do something like 3 conferences a year at one point. So I just gathered a huge number of papers that I just never published. So, it's... Yeah, I do need to get those published. It's just, I just have never gotten to do it. It just... Again, it's just one of those things that you have to have the time to actually get it published. And time is something that, is always a scarce resource for academics. And even those who have to do 2 jobs to do, say, YouTube channels, time's a premium. So if you don't have the time, you don't end up publishing. So that's kind of how it works. So anyway, yeah, there's a huge wealth of information that'll just never, ever go published. Sometimes, too, these papers end up not being published because the authors change their mind. They get some feedback and peer review during the conference or afterwards, basically saying, hey, you're full of poppycock, you need to rethink this. And sometimes they go, yeah, maybe I went down the wrong trail here. So there's many reasons why an academic paper won't be published or isn't published. But that still means that a huge amount of that research never gets to be seen by the public at large. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And the fourth question is from Wormius. And he asks, As early as Abraham, we see the shekel mentioned despite coins not being invented until the 7th century BC. Indeed. How far does the shekel go back into the pre-coin era? Oh, centuries. Many, many, many centuries. Millennia. Millennia. How long did it last as a currency? Did it ever really go away? Okay. A shekel is, before it ever became a currency, it was a unit of weight. And I can't remember exactly how much it is, but it was a unit of weight. So it was a weight at which precious metals, particularly gold and silver, were measured out. The sort of the standard shekel was a certain weight of silver. Now, this is not uncommon for currencies in the ancient Near East. For example, Egypt had a unit of currency called the deben, which was something like, I believe, 23 ounces of any metal. So it was a deben. And their standard unit of currency was the bronze deben. Now, while they did produce bronze debens, which is actually an ingot, it's not a coin, it's an ingot. It was really more of a unit of currency that goods and services were pegged at or evaluated at. But real debens rarely changed hands because it wasn't really a coinage and it really wasn't a currency. But it was a unit of weight, and it was a standard measure for the value of stuff. The shekel's the same deal. The shekel is basically a standard unit for establishing the value of stuff. So this is why we see shekels being used long before the invention of actual currency, sometime around the 5th century. So, yeah, the shekel goes long, 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 long before that, at least 1,500 years before the actual establishment of currency. But this is true of many currencies. Many currencies were like this.
Slap an ingot at Walmart. I want M&M's.
Slap an ingot at Walmart. I want M&M's. Yarad said that. That's funny. Wait, let me get out my pocket change. If you put a pile of ingots up. Yeah, it was not a very practical means of currency. Yeah, so, yeah, and frankly, it lasted as a currency until essentially the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. That's sort of when the shekel ended as a official currency. Now, today, the Israeli unit of currency is the shekel. They've reestablished it. It's no longer according to a weight, but it's kind of like what, say, a peso would be today. I mean, a peso was a unit of weight, and it remains as a unit of currency. So the shekel's back. The shekel's been back, I think, since 1948. So, these things have a tendency to live on, even after the original meaning of it has long since been forgotten. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope you found that answer useful. Okay, now we're on to the super chats. Our first super chat here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, does Leviticus 25:44-47 endorse the idea of Israelites owning foreign non-Israelite chattel slaves? That word endorse is really tricky. Okay? It allows it. I think we have to be really clear on that. Nobody is saying, hey, you want to go out and buy slaves? Yeah, that's the best thing you could possibly do in the world. In fact, you need 4 or 5 of them. Okay? But it is basically saying that this is permissible. It is allowed under the law. And let's just read the passage here. So we're going to get to, let's see here. So it's Leviticus 25. Okay. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, you may acquire male and female slaves from the pagan nations that are around you. Then, too, it is out of the sons of sojourners who live as aliens among you that you may gain acquisition, and out of their families who are with you, whom they will have produced in your land. They also may become your possession. You may even bequeath them to your sons after you to receive as a possession. You can use them as permanent slaves, but in no respect to your countrymen, the sons of Israel, you shall not rule with severity over one another. Now, if the means of a stranger or of a sojourner with you becomes sufficient, and a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard to him as so as to sell himself to a stranger who is sojourning with you, or to the descendants of the stranger family, then he shall have the right of redemption after he has been sold. One of his brothers may redeem him. And he goes on. Okay. Now, there is a difference in ancient Israelite jurisprudence between a foreigner and an Israelite. An Israelite could not be kept as a slave forever. It's not a permanent slave. At the year of Jubilee, he must be let go, regardless. And he can be redeemed. Somebody can pay out the rest of his fee. So if somebody paid, if you're 7 years away from Jubilee and he worked 3, somebody else can pay 4/7 what the sojourner paid to have him released. Now, there's also some issues too with the treatment of even these permanent slaves. Like, for example, the law says if he gets into an altercation with his master and he loses a tooth, he can be freed. If he loses an eye, he can be freed. So, even in this permanent possession thing, there were limits. There were limits to how one can treat even these aliens. So, there's absolute. I mean, it's the whole sort of permanent is, say, less permanent than possibly what we find in other ancient Near Eastern countries. Because there was, as I said, no other country in the ancient Near East would allow a slave to go free if he got socked by his boss and lost a tooth. Would not be allowed in any other country, in any other ancient Near Eastern nation. This is something unique to Israel. But there does seem to at least be some warrant to suggest that they could keep foreigners as slaves and permanent slaves and pass them down to the next generation. And even sell them. But again, there's some issues with that as well. Like, for example, if they're bought as concubines, they can't be resold. So there's also, even to that, there's exceptions. There's a lot of exceptions. So it's not sort of the freewheeling sort of chattel slavery that we find in, say, the U.S. South, where under any circumstances a slave could be bought, sold, or even killed, potentially. Now, it's usually pretty foolish for even back in, say, the American U.S. South, for a slave to have been killed because you spend a lot of money on a slave. It was more common to sell them. But it did happen. It did happen. And there was usually no consequences for the slave owner. Whereas there was often consequences in, say, in Israelite society. So it's not quite like early modern American slavery. So it's not quite like chattel slavery, but it's with aliens and foreigners, it gets closer to that chattel slavery than, say, the kinsman, bailout, for lack of a better word. Indentured servitude. Basically, what was Israelite slavery was more indentured servanthood than it was, say, full-out slavery. But suffice it to say, there is some warrant for that point of view. But I also recognize, too, that the whole topic of slavery is really complicated. Really, really complicated. There are experts in this field who just focus on this one topic alone. They make it their whole study. And there's a lot of scholars who do work on this. Richard Averbeck being one of them. So, as I said, there's a lot of people who do work in this field. There's a lot of people who know a lot more about slavery than I do. It's a very, very complex topic. It has, there's issues of exegesis involved and interpretation and cultural context, and it's a big field. It's why I never sort of debate on this topic, because it is such a big field. So, and you have to keep up on all the literature. The literature's changing all the time on this one. So again, take what I've said in this question with a proverbial grain of salt, but that's my opinion on it, okay, as it stands today. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
That's it.
No, this was your first one. This was your first super chat. The next super chats are coming up. In fact, I can even double check if it was. Just a second. Oh, he's got lots of super chats. But no, that's the first one that came up right after it. You posted a couple that were before this non-super chats that were basically repetitions of the same question. So I'm not really sure. I picked the one that seemed the most coherent. But I can take a quick look here and check to see if you had any other super chats before this. So let me just take a quick look here. Let's see here. Just take a quick look here in the May 12th stream here. Oh, 6, okay. 6. No, that's your first one. Jack Ray said, Addison, were you drunk, super chatting, and blacked out? Could be. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Now we're going to get on to your next super chat, which is for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are you ever going to start teaching again? I'm always open to a teaching opportunity. I would love to teach again. There's nothing I loved more than teaching. I really, really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I don't think I will probably get the opportunity to teach again. The fact is that as a YouTuber, that sort of makes you persona non grata in the academy. Academics don't like famous people. They don't like celebrity academics. It creates a lot of strife and jealousy within the department. And the one thing academics like is peace. Okay? No one wants their peace disturbed. They call this collegiality. Basically, how do you establish the peace? And yeah, because of that, I'll probably never get an academic position again. Just because I've become too well known on YouTube. So I'd love to do it again. I'd love to just do straightforward ivory tower teaching and research, but I don't think that opportunity is going to present itself again. But I'd love to, and should everyone ever offer me a position, I'd probably more than likely accept, just because I love teaching so much. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Our next one here is favorite book about the Old Testament. Okay, I do have one book about the Old Testament I really liked. Really liked. It was Alter's The Art of Biblical Poetry by Robert Alter. Incredibly good book on reading poetics in the ancient Near East, and particularly the Bible. I think it was probably one of the most influential books that I read on the Old Testament. Again, the book is called The Art of Biblical Poetry by Robert Alter. Fantastic book. Not a big book, not a terribly expensive book, but really, really well done. It really changed the way I viewed, say, the Psalms, the Proverbs, even prophetic literature. In fact, I'd say, people who comment, these people who comment on say, prophecy, but have never read how to interpret poetic voice, what are they doing? Really. There's so much complexity that goes into poetry that you really sort of, for the Western mind, do need a kind of guide to help you read it. And Alter's book is excellent. It's absolutely excellent. So, that's... Patui says, I consumed Robert Alter for my Psalms class. Excellent. Changed how I read. Yeah, absolutely. It does change how you read the Psalms. So, I like Jack Ray's comment. Post that here. First, I'll show Patui's. Yes, and I agree with this comment. Absolutely, this is it's a great book for that. And Jack Ray posts, and remember, everyone, for the rest of us, our favorite OT book is the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate the plug. Okay. So that's my favorite book about the Old Testament. But let me get back up here to the top, because we're just starting here. Okay, our next super chat here is from Aston for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is James Hoffmeyer no longer working at TEDS? Yes, he no longer works at TEDS, because I can no longer find him on their website. Not surprising. He's essentially retired. He's an emeritus professor. You might find him in the emeritus section of their website, but he won't be on the regular teaching staff, just because he's moved away. He no longer lives in Illinois. He has been retired for about a decade now, so now time flies. So anyway, yeah, he's no longer with the institution. So, and he took early retirement to spend time with his family. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, just hold on for a second. Okay. Our next super chat here is also surprisingly from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you know if you have to be a member of the Evangelical Theological Society in order to attend their meeting? Yes, I do. You don't have to be a member to join, to actually attend the meeting. Now, you have to be a member to give a paper. They only allow members to give papers. But to attend, anyone can attend as long as they pay the fee. And I think the fee is until May 30th. I think it's about $115, if I recall correctly, which is actually a really good price for any conference. Okay. It goes up the closer you get to the day of the conference. So this is one of those. Conferences where it always pays off to sign up early, even if you don't intend on going, just because the savings are so huge. So, but yeah, you don't have to be a member to go to to attend the meeting. You do have to be a member to vote on their society. You do have to be a member to give papers. So anyway, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Darkblade, is that 115 US or Canadian? It's US. It's an American society, so it's US. But you have to understand that most academic conferences are like twice that. Most academic conferences are very expensive. Like Azor's academic conference is like 250 US, and that's if you get it on the deal. So yeah, they can be very expensive, and that's not even counting stuff like hotel and meals and that sort of thing, plane tickets. Yeah, so so it can be very expensive to do these things, but it's also where you get the latest, greatest, newest information too. So it's worth it, and it's where you network.
And these conferences move around.
Yeah.
So they should always check it.
There's also the fact too that a lot of people go to these conferences just to buy the books, because there's oftentimes huge savings on books because the book publishers are there. I mean, it's not uncommon to arrive there and see a 30-40% off sale going on these books. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they'll ship it. Sometimes they'll ship it for free to Canada. I mean, that was pretty sweet. There was one publisher we were buying books from, and we bought like a stack of them. And it's like, well, how do we get them into our suitcases? And they go, oh, well, we'll give you free shipping. Don't worry about it. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah. So, a lot of people just go for the books, but it's also it's a place to meet old friends, to network, to meet people that you've never met before. Ironically, I didn't know this at the time, but I met IP for the first time at one of these conferences at ETS. So, you get some strange encounters too that you end up years later going, oh yeah, I did meet him there. So, it's well worth going if you can. It's well worth going. And as far as a conference goes, this one's such a cheap one. It's just really, it's worth it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Asking we're again for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Of the following publishers, which do you prefer? Baker Books Academic, Lexham Press, or InterVarsity Press IVP Academic? Ooh, tough decision. Well, I have published with Baker. Okay. So I kind of know what their publishing standards are a bit more than the other two. Lexham Press, I've don't have much interaction. I've read some good books from InterVarsity Press. Tough to say. They all these have been bought out by larger corporations, not necessarily Christian corporations, but they've all managed to maintain their Christian identities. I don't have anything against any one of them. I just can't say I really consider any of one of them a favorite either. So, I think the one press I've probably bought more books from than any other is probably Eerdmans. I've bought in so much from Eerdmans, it isn't even funny. The other one, other sort of publisher I buy a lot of stuff from that's not a Christian publisher at all, was Eisenbronze. I buy a lot of stuff from Eisenbronze. Once a year they have a huge book sale, and it's like I have to rein myself in not to buy like 10 books from Eyes and Bronze. Zondervan is fine as a publisher. I have no problem with Zondervan. I don't have a problem with any of these book publishers. I mean, even though, as I said, many of them have been bought out by, say, by secular corporations. You know, they've managed to keep their identities, and this has been one of the most astounding things about these corporate takeovers, because not a lot of corporate takeovers have their values survive the takeover. So the fact that these publishers have managed to survive their takeovers is really astounding. It's really astounding. Might even be an act of God. So, you know, so this is again why I don't need to, you know, really choose between them, because they're all good in their various respects. Some are better than others. You know, I think Baker probably produces better textbooks than, say, InterVarsity. But InterVarsity also produces better single subject books than, say, Baker. Zondervan's is sort of the same way. So, you know, there's for the Jewish context, there are some. Probably the one that pops to mind is Carta. But Carta took a huge hit. Jerusalem has actually a lot of publishers. So there are actually a large number of book publishers based out of Jerusalem. They're not springing to mind for the moment, but the one that comes to mind is Carta. Now, Carta had took a huge credibility hit with its publication of Douglas Petrovich's The World's Oldest Alphabet. Carta became almost known overnight as becoming a vanity press and became a laughing stock. Well, that's what happens when you charge over $30,000 to have your book published with them. Okay, so yeah. It's a reputation that's going to be very hard for them to shake off. But so and they really still have not recovered from that. Still haven't recovered from that. I think they charged them something like $35,000 is what they charged them, and that's a lot of money. Even for a vanity publisher, that's a lot of money. Well, I mean, you can get a good vanity publisher to publish your stuff for about $8,000.
His was 30,000.
Yeah, his was 35,000. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, you can actually, if you really want to do vanity publishing this day, you do just-in-time printing with, say, Amazon. You know, they'll bind your books, they'll publish it for you. Yeah, they'll do the whole thing. I mean, that's what, what's his name now? Josh Bowen does. He self-publishes his books, and he says he earns like something like $14 a book. Yeah, it's good money if you can swing it. So, you know, there's advantages to vanity publishing. It's just not. It's not something that you really want to do if you want to strive for academic credibility. It's something you want to do if you want to make a lot of money. So anyway, that's my thought on these presses. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Asking Weird for $1.99. How much Egyptology did you know before your PhD? A fair bit, actually. The fact is, 2 of my master's degrees had heavy concentrations in Egyptology. Okay. My master's in archaeology and biblical languages had a lot of Egyptology in it. Okay. But that's because I took every class Hoffmeyer gave. My 3rd master's degree was it was entirely on Egyptology, and I did that at the University of Toronto. So I actually had 3 years of Egyptian language training before my PhD. So I only had to supplement it with a 4th year when I did do my PhD. So I knew a fair amount of Egyptology already by the time I was accepted for my PhD. And basically, the PhDs in Egyptology are so competitive, that's the only way you get in, is by knowing a lot to begin with and doing a lot of education beforehand. You find this in really competitive PhD fields. They don't bother taking the dilettantes or people that they don't think will make it, just because it's so darn competitive. Yeah. So, you got to keep that in mind when doing a PhD in Egyptology, is that fiercely competitive field. Fiercely competitive for the seats to even have the opportunity to earn a PhD. It's not like biblical studies where like there's 1,000 programs and you just keep trying till you make it. There's very few programs, very few seats, and it's exceptionally competitive, and you've got to have a lot of learning under your belt before you go. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, and the next one here is also from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, apparently Scott Stripling and Company's Mount Ebal tablet was recently published in peer review. Thoughts? Oh boy, do I have thoughts. Okay. Some of these thoughts are going to have to wait for our Man Machine Alert Monday. Okay? It did come out, I think, yesterday. And my phone's been blowing. My phone's been blowing up ever since. Excuse me. However, there's a whole lot of issues here. A whole lot of issues to this article. Now, I was not surprised with this. Yes, I saw Batui's comment here. I think it's applesauce with the exception of a few semi-clear characters. I share Patui's opinion here. I think it's a pig's breakfast. I think it's some of the worst epigraphy I've seen ever. And I've read Petrovich's book. It's an embarrassment. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad on so many levels. We are going to need a Man Machine Alert to really tease this out. Because I can think of at least 4 issues. 4 issues with the paper. Now, I had an early access copy of the paper before it was released yesterday, so I kind of knew it was coming. Okay, but so awful it isn't even funny. And again, there's lots of issues, but you're gonna have to wait for Monday for them all. So anyway, unless you want to ask something specific, I'll comment on it. But those are my general thoughts. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. That's weird for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. In support of JEP, that's the documentary hypothesis for anyone, Wellhausen, for anyone who doesn't know. I've seen some argue for inconsistencies between Exodus 21:2, Deuteronomy 15:12-4, and Leviticus 25:39-43. Thoughts? My thought is that's too vague for me to answer. Okay? Whenever I take questions on inconsistency, we need more context. Because context, you have to understand what one person might think as being inconsistent. Another person might see another portion of the verses as being inconsistent in a different way. So, context is really going to matter on a question like this. This is why when people ask me about inconsistencies, it's always you got to get really, really specific with the question, because one man's inconsistency is another man's. Hey, I don't see any problem here. So again, you need to be more clear on this one. So I'm going to have to give this one a pass, even though I'd love to answer it, because I would love to see more detail than just a couple of verses thrown out. Because then I'm hunting to see where's the inconsistency. Because it may not be immediate apparent to me, and most of the time it won't be. So anyway, I'm going to have to give this one a pass, but thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Asking Weird for $4.99. Favorite book on difficult Old Testament passages. You know, those passages that skeptics love pointing to. Oh, okay. I got one. Here. And this may even help with your previous question a bit. Joshua Berman's book. Let's see if I can look up the title here very quickly. Joshua Berman wrote an excellent book on the documentary hypothesis. Let's see if I can find the title of this. Great book. I find that title. Yeah, Inconsistency in the Torah, I think is what it's called. But I have to look it up to be sure. It's got a subtitle too, I think, that's here. Find it quickly. Folks. Berman, here we go. Yeah, it's called Inconsistency in the Torah, Ancient Literary Convention and the Limits of Source Criticism by Joshua Berman. Great book. Great book. Yeah, you have that book. Well, then you've got the great book. But yeah, he really sort of dismantles the documentary hypothesis and the source critics here when just, looking by comparing what they say to ancient texts. So it's an excellent book. It's really helpful on some of those, say, doublets that source critics love to use as evidence. So anyway, that's what I would recommend here. But there's some others too. But that's the one that sort of stands out of my mind right now. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Aston Weird for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, see non-super chat. All right, we'll show it. In his most recent book, Paul Copan argues that although the maximum death penalty for 16 different violations and crimes in Israel was death, all could be commuted for monetary payment except for murder. He also argues that this has precedent in ancient Near Eastern law collections. Do you agree or disagree? I agree. It's very clear that in practice, a lot of jurisprudence ended up being a huge fine. So there's because people would rather die than spend money. Especially apparently Israelites. Yeah. it does seem to be very common that a sentence could be commuted in exchange for a fine. Death penalties seem to be maximal penalties, not minimal penalties. So, so yeah, in a lot of cases, a fine could basically be used to get you out of most situations in ancient Israel. So, but there were, as I said, like murder, you know, that's really going to be a death penalty there. If not carried out by the community, by the avengers of the deceased. So, you know, there's much precedence for this in ancient Near Eastern law collections, so I do agree with Copan here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, how much of Genesis 1 to 11 was meant to be interpreted literally, and how much was meant to be interpreted figuratively, symbolically? Well, first of all, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate your support of our channel. I think this is the wrong question. Okay? 1000 Clever Boy. It's Addison Weird Night. Yep, he is. He's on a tear. He is on a tear. Yeah, there's, in many respects, it's a wrong question, because it sort of sets up a false dichotomy, either literal or figurative. So it's the wrong question. The question is, how should we interpret any specific passage in Genesis 1 to 11? How do we determine the genre, the context, and then establish a reading? See, that's where good exegesis comes in. You know, sort of this black and white, well, figurative or literal, there's no other option. Of course. Why wouldn't we do it one way or the other? Well, there might be other reasons. You know, there could be toledot, which is neither literal nor figurative. It serves a different purpose. You could have a piece of poetry in there, in which case it's neither literal nor figurative. It's something else. It's compressed language. So there's a lot of reasons to sort of hold back from that whole literal versus figurative dichotomy and try to engage the passage at the level that the ancient Israelites themselves would have engaged it. So again, we have to try to put our minds into, our thinking into the minds of the ancient Israelites who would have received this text and ask, how would have they read it? What did they understand? What was their worldview? Now, one of your layer questions, I think, is going to really expose how important this is. So, I think it's totally the wrong question. It's totally the wrong question. My thought is a lot of Genesis is mythohistory anyway, which is it's sort of a mythological amplification of real events. So kind of, yeah, which means it doesn't mean it isn't history, but it also isn't meant to be taken wooden literally either. Yeah, you don't want God as a chicken, per Psalms, you know? You know? So, it's not myth, and it's not literal, it's something in between. It holds another position. It's somewhere in between. So it's definite has strong elements of truth, but those truths are contextualized in a way that is sort of pregnant with symbolism and pedagogy. Because remember, the whole purpose of, say, Genesis 1 is to establish the temple framework of creation. I don't think Adam at the time was thinking, oh, I'm in a temple. Gee, I'm in a Holy of Holies. What's that? What's profane space? No, Adam never asked that question. It was never in the mind of Adam to say, oh, outside's profane space, inside is sacred space. No, he's not thinking of that at all. But his readers, these readers are. The readers of Genesis are very much thinking this. They are thinking that Eden is the Holy of Holies of God's temple. You know, Jack Ray, Adam never asked Eve, is that such a good idea? No, he didn't.
It always says Eve was deceived. He just didn't know even.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of context, that the reader of Genesis had that Adam would not have been aware of. And likewise, there's a lot of the reality of what Adam went through that the reader of Genesis would not have understood. So in order to bridge that, to bridge the two contexts, the Bible idealizes, poeticizes, and analogizes a lot of the events of Genesis 1 through 11. So, anyway, I went off on a tear there. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Ask Weird for $4.99. What do you think is the best argument in the favor of the documentary hypothesis, and how would you respond to it? Probably their best argument, if I was to say one argument is probably better than any of the other, it's probably the paucity of ancient texts. Basically, the lack of archaeological record for most of the Torah previous to, say, the 3rd or 4th century BC. Okay. Now, I think it's got problems. I think that's got problems too. I mean, it's first of all, it's an absence of evidence argument. We do have texts that date to the 7th century, the Ketef Enam scrolls, and those are definitely pre-Babylonian exile. So, the thing with the documentary hypothesis is it's so wrapped up in its theory that it doesn't engage well with the data. When you start reading the data according to the theory instead of creating your theory from the data, things can sometimes get a little dicey. We've seen a lot of, say, scientific theories in the past that sort of took over and became sort of the paradigm through which all the data was interpreted. And it's usually, and data at that point gets thrown out. And then at some point, the data becomes overwhelming. Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions talked about this process of where theories sort of get their sort of legs, become dominant, all data becomes interpreted by it, cracks start showing, and then when the cracks become too difficult to overlook, the paradigm falls, as replaced with a new paradigm. This is one of the reasons why I think, for example, in Europe, the supplementary hypothesis is pretty much taken over where, say, the documentary hypothesis has fallen. In North America, the documentary hypothesis still has, say, majority sway, but that's a North American thing. As I said, over in Europe, they're pretty much supplementary hypothesis holders across the board now. There's a handful, say, in England that still support the documentary hypothesis, but it's a dying hypothesis, essentially. So, Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Addison Weir for 199. Thank you for the super chat. When did Israel stop being a theocracy? It initially stopped being a theocracy at the Babylonian exile. Okay? Initially. For example, it's a theocracy right with temple worship right up until it's conquered by Nebuchadnezzar. Okay? At that point, it's subject to Babylonian and then later to Persian rule. Now, the Persian rule does not last forever. When Hellenism sort of sweeps through, Israel is sort of traded hands between the Hellenistic states. So it sort of trades off between the Ptolemies and the Seleucids. And there's a brief time during the Maccabean revolt when the theocracy is reestablished. But that doesn't last. That doesn't last. And it's really the Maccabean period where we see sort of the last gasp of Israelite theocracy. So that's where I would place it at. There might be some who disagree, but that's where I think is the last sort of vestige of theocracy. After that, you have foreign powers essentially ruling the land, particularly Rome. So there's no theocracy during the time of Rome. And frankly, the Bar Kokhba revolt was just way too short for them to really reestablish theocracy. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Bonbon asks, wait, could we consider Rome to be a theocracy since they had to be the forced imperial cult? Well, no, not necessarily. Rome did have the imperial cult, okay, and that was a loyalty test. That really was a loyalty test. You know, give your pinch of incense, say Caesar is Lord, and go on with your daily life. Once you've done that loyalty test, you know, they didn't care what god you worshipped after that. So Rome was really not a theocracy. Rome was essentially ruled by the imperial senate, or the emperor. It wasn't actually ruled by its theology, by its theocratic state. But it was not uncommon for these states of the ancient world to combine divinity and the guy at the top. PC, I am the Senate. I am the Senate. Little Palpatine there. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, Addison. And thank you, Bonbon, for your contribution as well. Okay, JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can you rank your favorite to least favorite resurrection arguments, if any? If you have any. For example, N.T. Wright's, William Lane Craig's, Middle Facts, etc. Okay, I don't really have a favorite, except I do on sort of a philosophical level. I prefer always maximal facts evidentialism. I'm a maximal facts evidentialist guy. That's what I do. So I don't like the minimal facts apologetic. In fact, I despise it. I also despise presuppositionalism as well, for pretty much many of the same reasons. So, yeah, Christian Bolshevik says, minimal facts is a horrible argument. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I will agree there. It is a horrible argument. It's a terrible argument, and getting consensus across the board, I think, is not a good method here. So, William Lane Craig's position, as I recall, is somewhere in between. I'm not sure exactly of N.T. Wright's argument. I don't really keep up on the whole resurrection debate thing. I know there's guys like Mike Lacona who do a lot of work in this. I haven't done much work in this at all. So I sort of stay out of that arena for the most part. So. Oh, okay. Minimal facts versus maximal facts. That's actually a really good question. Okay. The minimal facts argument is this. Essentially, you established a minimum baseline of fact. Basically, every scholar agrees on certain facts about Jesus Christ and the resurrection. Okay? And because there is a consensus amongst all scholars on this minimal fact basis, okay, therefore there must have been a Jesus Christ, and he must have been crucified and resurrected. That's the argument. Okay? Now, the devil here's in the details. That agreement is not so universal, and it's not consistent across the board. This is what makes it a terrible sort of argument. Okay? Now, the maximal facts argument sort of takes the opposite approach. It doesn't care about arguments by consensus. It takes, you get the most evidence you can, and you pile it up, and you say, okay, here's my inductive case for the Jesus and the resurrection. So you're using lots of arguments, lots of evidence, as much as you can. You just keep piling it on until, essentially it becomes a preponderance of evidence. So essentially then the probability would say, hey, based on all this fact, all this evidence, it's more likely than not the Jesus exists and he was crucified and resurrected. Okay? So, that's sort of the difference between the minimal facts argument and the maximal facts arguments. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, JP, and thank you, Bon Bon, for the additional question as well. Okay, Addison Weir for 499. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, can you list some similarities and differences between ancient and modern history writing? Oh, interesting question. A little bit of historiography to spice up our night. Okay. Reasonable question, yeah. Much of ancient historians, we don't have a lot of... There's how do I say this? Standards among ancient historians vary dramatically. And it's going to depend on what era of ancient history we're going to talk about here. Because there are some that are more accurate than others. Typically, ancient historians are very accurate when they talk about their own times. So when they start delving into the distant past, that they start sort of messing up. Like, for example, first century historians will take any old story they hear from anyone they think is remotely credible and just throw it into their histories without any fact-checking. Modern histories are very much based upon evidence, not necessarily story. So for the ancient historians, story and evidence sometimes were pretty blurred. And we see this especially in guys like Herodotus or Josephus. They would often incorporate story into their histories. And that would oftentimes really mess things up. So, in many respects, modern history writers tend to be much more accurate than, say, the historians of the distant past, even though they might be closer in time to it. And a lot of it depends on focus. Modern history writers are really evidentially based. If you're not writing history from evidence, then you get some pretty strange stuff sometimes. So that's where I would say there's the key similarity and difference is between, say, an ancient historian and, say, a modern historian. And that's how they would write their histories too. In the case of modern history writer, again, it tends to be dispassionate, focused on history. Ancient writing, a lot of it is reception history too, where they received something and they interpreted it through their own lens and then wrote that out. So there's a difference in reflection and sort of the goals of the historian as well. Modern history writers are meant to sort of try to reconstruct the past. Ancient historians often have a agenda. Like, for example, Josephus, when he writes his histories, he's trying to prove the supreme value of the Jewish culture over, say, the Greek culture. And that's going to taint a lot of what he does. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Asin Weir again for 199. How revolutionary was the Mosaic Law? Oh, well, it changed the world. I mean, really, it changed the world. How much more revolutionary does it get? I mean, think about it. This is the law that basically gave, say, birth to, say, Messianic Judaism, or, say, Jesus Christ. There would be, without the Mosaic Law, there'd be no Jesus Christ as such. That's the foundation. So without that foundation, you wouldn't have Jesus Christ. Without that you wouldn't have Christianity. You'd have basically the Mosaic Law changed the world. It changed the world. And it gave basically Christianity its momentum in order to basically evangelize every nation it came in contact with. It's a world religion because of the revolutionary nature of the Mosaic Law. So yeah, there's no other law, ancient law, that's even close to influencing the influence that the Mosaic Law has. It spawned off 3 world religions. So, that's a revolutionary thing. That's huge amounts of influence. Billions of people today still respect the Mosaic Law. It has been a foundation of several countries' court systems. So, yeah, even though they're not theocratic states, they'll still, use the Mosaic Law as part of their legal thinking. It's been hugely influential, and hugely revolutionary. It even has changed how we view dates and time. For example, the 7-day work week. Well, the Israelites coming out of Egypt had a 10-day work week and only a half day off. This whole thing that you work 6 days and you take a 7th off, that was revolutionary. Nobody had done it before. The Jews did it first. The Israelites did it first. It's just, it changed the way people worked. It changed the way people thought. Changed the way people rested. Changed the way people worshipped. You shall have no other God before me, and you shall not make an idol in my face. Well, God's face is pretty big. So it works out to be, you shall not have an idol. You know, the whole idea that God is transcendent comes out of the law. So, yeah, I mean, there's huge implications just in the Ten Commandments. Huge implications. And it was very revolutionary. There's nobody should really doubt that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Addison Weir for $1.99. Thoughts on infant baptism? Oh, you're going to get me in trouble with the Roman Catholics, the Eastern Orthodox, and the Lutherans tonight, huh? Okay, so there's many views on infant baptism. Now, I'm going to have to admit something here. I have written a 217-page book on infant baptism. I never published it. A very small number of people have copies of it. Yeah, there's probably going to be now a reward, a $10,000 reward for a copy of that book. I think I distributed something like 3 copies. I mean, just not very many of them. To those who had very special interests in it, EMBC, give it to us. No. Really sell NFTs of the book. Edison put up the 10K bounty.
Put up a $5 bounty.
But yes, I did a 217-page book just on infant baptism. Okay? So I understand the views regarding infant baptism. I'm not a huge fan of it. Okay? Not a huge fan of it. I think many of the arguments for infant baptism are incredibly weak and result from magical thinking, not from necessarily biblical thinking. So I'm not going to get into details here, but I think J.I. Packer had a very good compromise position on infant baptism, which is it serves as an invitation to the church, but not access salvation. And I think that's an excellent compromise position. Now, he was an Anglican, so they too believe in infant baptism. So, Patui, this fills Patui with perfunctory anger for some reason. Maybe because you're a Lutheran, but... Well, here's the thing about... I want to make something clear, too, okay? I don't determine my theology by what church I go to, okay? And this is something that's really confused people over the years. Is that, you know, I'll hold opinions that contradict, you know, what my church, you know, teaches, and I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that, because I think my responsibility is to the scriptures, not to my denomination. So, you know, when, you know, we do talk about things like infant baptism, I'm going to give you the straight thinking here based from my examination of the scriptures, not necessarily what my church is going to teach. And again, this is something Michael Heiser did too. You know, Michael Heiser did this as well. You know, which is, you know, he would defy his church's reasoning and denominational thinking in favor of the scriptures. So, yeah, I agree. Patui does live in a very Lutheran area, and talking about infant baptism does bring out the anger. Oh boy. That is for sure. So, without getting into the nitty-gritty details, hey, if you want to believe infant baptism, I'm fine with that. Okay? But if you want to go deeper into what the scriptures really hold, then things are going to get a little sticky. But, you know, hey, I understand people who want to just go along with their denomination also. Okay, I get that. So I understand completely those who hold this position. I respect that. I respect them. And I'd like to keep the peace on this one. So someday I might release the book. Okay? But I need some pretty good incentive to do that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Amanda S for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could you please explain the significance of the pomegranates on Aaron's hem in Exodus 28:33 to 34? Thank you. Okay. I will be more than glad to. Let's pull up our Bible here and just read it out quickly. Exodus 28. 33 to 34. Bible here. Okay. And it reads, "And you shall make on its hem," and this is the robes of the high priest garment, "pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet material all around its hem, and the bells of gold shall be all around. A golden bell and a pomegranate all the way around the hem of the robe." Okay. Now, what the pomegranates are is actually, I can actually show this. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm just going to blank out the screen for a moment, and I'll be right back. And get more coffee. Visual aid. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Screen back on. Okay, I've got a visual aid here. This is a shemagh from Egypt. Now, if you'll notice on the hemline, they have got these fancy knots to tie off the loose threads of the fabric so they don't fray. Okay? So what we have here is a pomegranate mixed, I'll pull that one real close up so you can kind of see it, but it's a knot around, say, the loose ends to prevent it from fraying. So what we have here is a pomegranate, done in fabric, done in threads, to basically add a little extra weight. It adds weight, ties off the threads so there's no loose threads. And then you got a bell, and that also acts as a weight. Okay. The purpose of this is to prevent the hem of the garment from flaring up when the priest is walking, so it doesn't expose his feet, because that would have been seen as kind of you don't want your nether parts being shown to, say, the altar, even by accident. So the significance of the pomegranates is to hold the hem down while holding the fabric in place. Okay. So, and again, the bells show a similar purpose, except you can hear the priest move. Okay. So it's really to keep the hem of the robe down, and it's also meant to tie off the loose fabrics. Okay. So that's the purpose of this. I know it was a little wait for me to go grab it, but what do the pomegranates represent, said Mr. Rich B.O.B.? Well, that's an interesting question, because we find it frequently. For some reason, pomegranates are an aniconic. It's an aniconic symbol that we see all through Israelite history. Pomegranates are. We're not exactly sure exactly what the pomegranate itself symbolizes, but it does seem to be an acceptable symbol within Israelite cults and actually other cults too. Okay, so we are not exactly sure what it's supposed to mean, but it's ubiquitous. We find it everywhere. It's not like it has a divine symbology, except maybe as being, say, the production of fruit. Okay, so it might have that connotation, but we're kind of grasping at this point. Okay, we're not really sure exactly what the connotation of the pomegranate was, but yeah, I don't think the 613 seeds and 613 laws, I don't think that's true. Again, that might be what some rabbi had said at some point, but that's sort of a stretch. Yeah, I think Patui's closer. In all other cults, it's general fertility, but lots of other things too. But we do find it ubiquitously even in Israelite religions. So we do know that they used it. We do know they used it as an aniconic piece of iconography, and they used it everywhere. Fruit is not an unreasonable guess, but again, we are dealing with a guess here. But the purpose of it, actually, in the manufacture of Aaron's robe, was to keep the hem down. And to keep all the threads bound in place. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, next super chat here is from JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the polygamous ruler's interpretation of the Nephilim? I know IP supports this position over Heiser's view. I think it's closer than Heiser's view, but I also don't think it's quite right either. Again, I take the fallen cult view of the Nephilim. So basically, the breaking of the Neditum vow. So that's where I stand on this one. So I'm closer to IP on this one than to Heiser, but but I also don't completely buy IP's view on this either. So that's really where I stand on this one. It's my view on this is that the Nephilim were essentially the products of a broken Neditum vow. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Okay, we got this super chat here from Jack Ray. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'll just go check my email very quickly here. And thank you very much for that $50 super chat. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much for your support of this channel. We so much appreciate supporters like you who've decided to partner with us to continue the research into ancient Egypt and the Bible and to do these videos. I have to admit that without that financial support, I would have to work more hours at my day job to make ends meet, and that would cut into making videos. So you do help us directly to produce more content, and hopefully that helps you and others learn more about ancient Egypt and the Bible. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you so much for that donation. We really, really appreciate it. Let me check. Yes, I did. Good catch. Thank you. Yes, very much. Thank you, Mr. Rich B.O.B. We did miss that one. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes we do miss them by mistake. Okay, so again, we apologize for missing this. Okay. This one's interesting. Okay. You're going to have to sort of read this in sort of the big picture to sort of get what's going on here. But let's talk about this. Okay. So thank you for the $5 super chat. We really appreciate it. He asks, why did Elijah not kill the prophets of Asherah in 1 Kings 18? Were they not there for the contest? Did Yahweh take her as a prize for defeating Baal? Okay, let's look at the passage. Pull up our Bible here. Go to 1 Kings 18. Okay, and we're going to scroll down. We'll just start at verse 2 and then skip over a bit because I think this lays out some of the context here. So Elijah went and to show himself to Ahab. Now the famine was very severe in Samaria. And Ahab called Obadiah, who was also over the household. Now Obadiah feared the Lord greatly, for it come about when Jezebel destroyed the prophets of the Lord, that Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them in the 50s. Now this is probably an interpretive gloss. But verse 5. Then Ahab said to Obadiah, go through all the land, to all the springs of the water and all the valleys. Perhaps we will find grass and keep horses and mules alive, not to have to kill some of the cattle. Okay. So we start skipping down here. Verse 7, now as Obadiah was on the way, behold, Elijah met him and recognized him and fell on his face and said, is this you, Elijah, my master? And he said to him, it is I. Go say to your master, behold, Elijah is here. So what starts to flesh out here is what we are getting here is sort of a contest between Elijah and his God versus Ahab and his God. Verse 12. And it will come about that when I leave you, that the Spirit of the Lord will carry you where I do not know. So when I come and tell Ahab, and he cannot find you, he will kill me, although I, your servant, have feared the Lord from my youth. Has it not been told to my master what I did when Jezebel killed the prophets of the Lord, that I hid 100 prophets of the Lord by 50s in a cave and provided for them with bread and water? Okay. So now we get to verse 17. So that's all context. And it came about when Ahab saw Elijah that Ahab said to him, "Is this you, you troubler of Israel?" And he said, "I have not troubled Israel, but you and your father's house have, because you have forsaken the commandment of the Lord. You have followed the Baals. Now then send and gather me all Israel at Mount Carmel, together with the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of the Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table." Okay. Now this is the verse of contention here. Okay? The 400 prophets of Asherah, of the Asherah. Okay? Now, this is where things get sort of really interesting, because they're a no-show. At Mount Carmel, the 450 prophets of Baal show up. These are Ahab's prophets. The 400 prophets of Asherah are Jezebel's prophets. This is a contest, more or less, between Ahab and Elijah. And what's going on here is Jezebel has, at this point, more power than the king does. She didn't sign off on this. She's not getting into this contest. Without that, she's not gonna risk her prophets over the wrath of the people. So she sort of takes the coward's way out of basically not showing up. Of course, no, she's not confident in her prophets, but she's confident in her weapons and her power. Okay? So the prophets of Baal show up. They lose the altar contest. Elijah calls down fire from heaven, burns up the offering and the offering to Baal as well. And the people react and, they kill the 450 prophets of Baal. Okay. These are not just Ahab's prophets. Some of them have held government offices too. So they're his administrators. A lot of them held a lot of power in key positions within the government, within the kingdom. So they're not just prophets. They're also administrators. And they're government officials. So with this one act, Ahab loses a huge part of his government. Well, Jezebel still has her piece of the government. So when you get down to chapter 19, okay, so we're going to hop on down to chapter 19 here. Okay. Verse 1 of chapter 19. Now Ahab told Jezebel that all that Elijah had done, and how he had killed the prophets, all the prophets with the sword. Then Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah, saying, "So may the gods do to me, and even more, if I do not make your life as the life of one of them by tomorrow about this time." And he was afraid, and arose and ran for his life, and came to Beersheba, which belongs to Judah, and left his servant there. Okay. Jezebel had already been on a butcher campaign of the prophets of Yahweh, and had done it unopposed by Yahweh. Yahweh did not stop Jezebel from killing the prophets. So she had her government intact. She had her power intact. Yahweh hadn't stopped the killing of the prophets before. He was scared. That's why he was scared, because the 400 prophets of Asherah had survived. They were still government officials. They controlled pieces of the army, pieces of the religious establishment, all of that stuff. So, that's sort of the context in all this. Why did Elijah not kill the prophets of Asherah in 1 Kings 18? They were a no-show. Were they not there for the contest? Oh yeah, they were not there. Jezebel was not going to put all her eggs in one basket. Did Yahweh take her as a prize for defeating Baal? No. No. They were still calling the shots. And this is why Elijah runs. Because we're talking armies here. Him against an army, unless God's going to show up and do things, yeah. And we're going to see God does show up and talk to the prophet. But it's after the fact. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. We are sorry we missed it earlier on, but we hope we made good by it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, the next one here is by, again, Aston Weir. Okay, for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any good books on Israelite religions that are more accessible than Richard Hess's book of the same name? Well, I thought his book was very accessible. I liked his book. I thought it was great. You could do the Baker's book. What was it? Background Studies of the Old Testament. I think that one is pretty accessible. Let me see if I can. That's the name of it. I can never, even though I published in it, I can never remember the name of that book for some reason. Let's see if I can pull up the name of that very quickly here. Yeah, it's called Behind the Scenes of the Old Testament: Cultural, Social, and Historical Context by Jonathan Greer, or edited by Jonathan Greer, John W. Hilber, and John H. Walton. It's probably more accessible than Richard Hess's book. That book is written more towards a first-year college level, whereas, admittedly, Hess's book is more for, say, graduate reading levels. So that's probably where I'd guide you. You probably have that book already, but that's probably the next best thing. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Our next one here is from JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can you describe what you think are the most significant societal, cultural differences between the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians? Oh. That's a question you're going to have to probably ask an Assyriologist. Now, I know very little about Sumer. Okay, it was not one of the areas I really studied. I know a bit more about the Akkadians, the Babylonians, and the Assyrians because I studied the Akkadian language. So I know a bit more about them. I'd say probably the biggest difference, there's going to be two big differences. One's going to be sort of the Akkadians, you're talking very early on in Mesopotamian history, not as early as Sumer, of course, but Babylonians is sort of the next sort of empire, major empire that rises up, and then you get the Assyrians sort of coming on a little after, and Babylonia actually continues on after the final fall of the Assyrians. But really the difference is going to be which city-state they originated from. The culture is very similar between all these groups. It would be the biggest sort of differences between most of these are going to be, where they came from, where was their capital. slight differences in language. Like, you would have, say, for example, Old Babylonian and Old Assyrian, and then this would develop into, say, Neo-Babylonian and say Neo-Assyrian. So there are some differences in language and orthography. The orthography is very different between these various empires too. But that's also because they represent different periods in time. So, but culturally and societally, not much difference. Many of them worship similar gods, like Shemesh, Marduk, Ishtar. They also tended to organize their cities very similarly as well. And many of them had the similar practices too when they went to war. So culturally very similar, but I'm sure there are differences that I haven't mentioned. Again, an Assyriologist would actually be would be able to tell you this much better than I can. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, let's see here. Anything else? Oh, we're still halfway through here, so. Okay. Our next super chat here is from Constantine for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he has posted here, apparently Dr. Stripling and his team have published a new peer-reviewed journal paper on the Mount Ebal tab. Have you read it, and do you have any thoughts? Yes, I have read it. I've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. I have a lot of thoughts on this one. But again, we are doing a man-machine alert, which is when we take stuff that has appeared in the news or recent discoveries, and we evaluate those discoveries. Again, we'll be posting that on Monday. But I can sort of sum it up right here. I don't think much about this paper. There's several aspects of this paper that I think are not very well done. To put it just plain old bluntly, I don't think they're very well done. And I think they had a lot of trouble publishing it because it wasn't very well done. So, yeah, I actually got early access to that paper about 3-4 months ago. So, I knew what the contents were going to be long before it came out. So, I've had a lot of time to look at it. So, Jack Ray, not worth the paper it's written on. Absolutely. Not worth the electrons of the open access journal that were used to convey the information, yeah. That's about it. So, yeah, I think it's a terrible paper. I think it's an embarrassing paper. I know they're not going to be embarrassed over it, but boy, they should be. Woo. Yeah, Bane Ray, not worth the 8.95 megabytes. Yep. Definitely not worth the hard drive space. Thomas Perez, can't wait to see your breakdown. That's really unfortunate. I agree. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Darkblade asks, will this paper trash their reputation? Oh boy. Well, here's the thing. Their reputation is already not good. This was a project that was sponsored by Associates for Biblical Research, ABR, ABR has developed an incredibly bad reputation for biased research, twisting the facts, misquoting sources. It's got an ideological edge, okay? It's got a bias. More so than most, say, Christian archaeologists do. Okay, now, I think a Christian archaeologist can be really unbiased, and I think, you know, just because you're religious doesn't necessarily mean you're biased. But in ABR's case, wow, they are incredibly biased. And they will twist the data to their agenda. And this is no exception. This is no exception at all. They're doing this to really, you know, grind their axe on the early Exodus date. It's come down to that again. I hate to say that, but it's come down to that yet again. It's like the only issue that's on their plate is the early Exodus date. That's the only issue they care about. You know, you're an evolutionist? We don't care. You're a late dater? You're Satan. You are Satan. That's really what it comes down to with them. So, you know, they're at it again, essentially. So, I think he was talking about the journal that was published. Yeah, that's got problems too. Yeah, we'll talk about that one Monday, because there's problems there. Okay. So, anyway, let's get back to the original super chat here. Let's see if we can find it again. Yeah, so anyway, we are going to be covering a lot of this on Monday. So, I think I don't think this will trash their reputation, because their reputation is already pretty bad. I think a lot of people will buy it because they want to believe it, and ABR has done quite a good con job on people. So, anyway, I think that's all I'm going to say on this right now. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And tune in Monday for the full skinny on this. Ooh, Danny Dement. Oh. Can you even call yourself a scholar if you ignore Douglas Petrovich's groundbreaking work in that field? Ooh, ouch. Ouch.
We saw that too.
Yeah, we saw Doug's tweet today. Wow, talk about a self-serving, narcissistic tweet. Oh, boy. We're going to be covering that Monday as well. Yikes. Owie. Okay, BC for $5. Thank you, Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are we going to do about the abysmal state of biblical and theological literacy in the church? Do we win with memes and shorts? No, we don't win with memes and shorts. We win by the truth of the scriptures. And we get people back into reading it. I think one of the things we have to really, really do is get people interested in it again. Honestly. I mean, look, I think some of the things, I mean, I believe in the value of church. Okay. I believe that church is important. I also think a lot of what's done in church has made the Bible contemptible to people. I think, I mean, there's nothing more awful and insufferable as a Bible reading in a church. To be honest, it is read with such lack of life. You know, a good dramatic reading can change how you perceive the scriptures. I always thought that one should read with passion. Okay, one should read, if you're going to do a biblical recitation in a church, you should do it with passion. You know, and, you know, do it so that's interesting to listen to. See, people think the Bible is boring because that's all they hear. And if people think it's boring, of course they're not going to pick up their Bibles. Now, this is one of the things one of the goals of our channel. One of the things we have decided to do is try to make this stuff interesting. We always ask, why should you care to listen to anything we have to say? Well, because it's informative, because it's interesting, because it might affect your perception of the world. We think these are important matters. And we think the Bible is important because it's God's word, and it's also interesting. 1000 clever boy. Being interested in church? How dare you laugh out loud? You know, you can make the Bible come alive by good reading habits, good, you know, presentation of the spoken reading of the word. You can also make it as dry as cardboard. You can make it absolutely insufferable. I mean, I remember one reading where it was so boring. I mean, it was done in monotone. Like absolute. You know, if I say, blessed is he who follows the way of the Lord. He will not walk in the path of the sinner. He will not sit in the seat of the scoffer. For the law of the Lord is his delight. I'm going, am I hearing this for real? You know, I mean, Psalm 1 is a fantastic psalm. How blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stand in the path of the sinners, nor sit in the seat of the scoffers. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law he meditates day and night. You know, there's a night and day difference.
It's a sin to bore people.
Absolutely. I totally agree with 1000 clever boy here. No one should be bored to death with the scriptures. You know, it's just terrible. Quote, it's a sin to bore people with the word of God, end quote. Howard Hendricks. Yeah. You know, it's just terrible what people do to the word of God in a church setting. And that's often the only exposure they ever get. So, yeah, I think it's a brutal truth, but the way we sort of we have to kind of win the culture back on this one. Because yeah, online churches with AI is not going to cut this one. This is going to need human beings. Okay? We are going to need human beings to really sort of... I mean, people are only interested in stuff because other humans are interested in it. No one's going to be interested in anything because ChatGPT is interested in it. Because ChatGPT has no interests. It can't judge what something is interesting. So I think what we have to do is we have to start showing people, hey, this is interesting stuff. It's fun. It's interesting. I enjoy it. I think there's nothing more interesting and nothing more exciting than digging into God's word. And for me, I mean, yeah, I know not everyone's like this, but I open up the word of the God to a new section and I learn something new every time I read it. And that's exciting. That's really, really exciting. And there are methods people can do to read the Bible to get more out of it. And these are methods that are easily taught. So I think there's a lot we can do here to turn around the abysmal state of biblical and theological literacy in the church. Okay. But it does begin with getting people back into the Bible and reading it attentively, not just reading it your half sleepy devotional kind of way where you're 5 minutes before going to sleep and your nose is sort of diving into the pages as the lights go dim. Yeah, no, that's not the way to read it. You read it consciously, you read it responsively, you ask questions of the text. You read some parts over and over and over and over again to try to grasp its true meaning. You read it in, say, the bigger context to try to figure out what's going on. These are all methods that we do on this channel. We do use all these methods. Whether it's the interpretation of poetry in its ancient Near Eastern context, whether it's taking the broader context of the passage to figure out what's going on, like we did in 1 Kings 18 and 19, whether it's doing a word study. There's all these different tools that we're using to glean meaning out of this stuff. And by doing that, we can figure out what's going on and learn more about the text and their culture. So, absolutely, I think there's things we do, but the first thing we have to do is get excited. Get excited about the text. Get excited about the Bible. If we don't get excited about this, we're not communicating that this is interesting stuff. And that's why, in some ways, we call this channel infotainment. Yes, we're an educational channel. We provide you lots and lots of information, but we try to do it in an entertaining way. Yeah, but entertaining you is not our first goal. Okay? Our first goal is to give you the information, but to do it in a way that's fun and easy to digest. And hopefully, people are getting back into the Bibles as a result. So, we're trying to get people so that they want to go back into the Bibles. We're not forcing them to. We're not browbeating them, shaming them. Okay, maybe today's title was if Mr. EC reads the Bible more than you do, that may be a problem. Maybe just a little bit of shaming, okay? Maybe could be a bit of shaming there, but it was such an irresistible title. I didn't try that hard to resist it either. Could be. So yeah, I don't think we're going to win with memes and shorts, but we are going to win with our attitude. And that's what matters. Our attitude, our competency in handling the Word of God. And our attitude, our competency of handling the Word of God, and basically sharing what we know with others. And hopefully that will draw people back. So, anyway, thank you very much for the Super Chat. Very, very much appreciated. Polycarp Sala Varieta for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Exodus 2, why did God forget about his people? Okay. Now, let me take a look at Exodus 2 here just very quickly. I don't think it says that God forgot about his people. So let me get to the relevant passage here. I believe it's at the end here. Okay, yeah. Okay, the relevant portions of this is going to be verses 23 to 25. And it says, the text says, "Now it came about in the course of those many days that the king of Egypt died, and the sons of Israel sighed because of their bondage, and they cried out, and the cry for help because of their bondage rose up to God. So God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And God saw the sons of Israel, and God took notice of them." Okay. Now, there's a couple things going on. Okay. So you have here in verse 24, you have God remembered his covenant. Didn't forget the people, but the whole idea of zakar, of to remember, is to bring to mind. Okay? It's not that he forgot his covenant. God did not forget his covenant, and he did not forget the people. But it's at that point he made it an issue, brought it to mind. So that's what's going on in verse 24. So it's not that they were ever forgotten. They were part of the plan. The second is in verse 25. God saw the sons of Israel, and God took notice. Basically, God, the word here is yada. Now, yada is a very interesting word. Very, very interesting word. It's to know. It's to know in an intellectual sense. It's to know in a personal sense. And in some contexts in the Bible, it's to know in a sexual sense. Okay? But it's the general meaning of the lexeme here is to know. So, basically, the text in verse 25 here, which is not well translated in many cases, basically says, "And God saw the sons of Israel." He saw the sons of Israel, and God knew. So, God knows this people, knows the situation. This sort of big picture knowing of what's going on. So that's sort of what's happening in this text here is God never forgot, but God decided at this point to bring it to mind, to make it an issue, so that when he sees the sons of Israel, he knows. He knows it's time. He knows his people. He knows what's going to happen. He knows they're going to be unfaithful. He knows that too. But this is the appropriate junction for this all to happen. So, doesn't forget, but forgetting and remembering are two different processes. Okay? So, it's kind of like this, you know. You can have you can have like a library. Let's say you have a library, and there's a book you have on the shelf that's your favorite. You know, maybe you're a big Lord of the Rings fan. The book's on the bookshelf, and you never have forgotten that the book's there, but you haven't pulled it off the shelf in several years and taken a look at it. Think of it kind of like this, where God has basically, he's remembered he knows that promise is there. He knows that promise is there. But now's the time to pull the promise off the bookshelf and Bring it to mind. Act on it. We have in Christian theology the idea of where God does things by fiat. By remembering, he acts. By thinking about things, he acts. Our God in Genesis 1 is not just a God who, he speaks and it comes into creation. He thinks and it happens. And same way, he remembers and it happens. Things start moving. The big wheels of divine fiat actions take place. So that's what's going on here in this text. It's really not that the Israelites were ever really forgotten about. Now we have to also keep in mind too that the Israelites were not exactly faithful here. Okay, they're not faithful. As soon as they go to Egypt, they become idolaters. They start worshiping Baal, Resheph, Astarte. That's what we find in their culture. That's what we find in the culture out of Aras, is the Israelites, they're nasty idolaters. And yet they're groaning and they're calling to anyone who's willing to listen. Yeah, some of them are calling to say, Baal and Resheph and Astarte. But some are going to be calling to El as well, which is how Abraham would have known Yahweh as El Elyon or El Shaddai. Some of those people, Edavaris, would have been calling to El. And that may have opened the path for God to basically say, okay, these are people that are ready. They're ready to be moved out. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. Have from JP for $2, and he asks, have you read DBH's God Being Consciousness Bliss? I don't understand the question. I don't know who you mean by DBH, and I don't know anything about this theory. I just don't know what you're asking. Sorry. That happens sometimes. But if you could give me a little more context, who's DBH? David Bentley Hart. Okay, no, I've never read the book. Yeah, I've never read any of his work, so unfortunately I can't comment on this. So, yeah, I can't really comment on this. It sounds kind of new agey on the outset, but I can't be sure. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help here. Okay, Polycarp Sella Varieta for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Who is Jesus Christ? What is the true message of the gospel? Okay. Well, let's start with Jesus Christ. Who is he? He is the unblemished Lamb of God. He is the second person of the Trinity who became incarnated, became man, put aside his attributes of deity to live as a man, and he died on the cross, was crucified for our sins, and was resurrected, conquering sin and death. Okay? So what is the true message of the gospel? Okay, according to Jeremiah 31:31, there is the old covenant and a new covenant, which it calls the good news. Okay, gospel comes from the word evangelion, which means good news. Okay, now in Jeremiah 31, it talks about how sin is inherent the responsibility for sin is inherited. So under the old covenant, you are responsible for your sins, but you're also responsible for your dad's sins, and his dad's sins, and his dad's sins, and his dad's sins, going all the way back to Adam. That's the old covenant in a nutshell. Okay? That's the bad news. Okay? That's the old bad news. Now, Jeremiah says in chapter 31 too, he's got great news. Good news. There's going to be a new covenant. You're no longer responsible for your ancestors' sins, but you're going to be responsible for your own sin. Okay? That's the new covenant. That's the good news, believe it or not. It doesn't sound that great, does it? Because the problem is that you have no ability to pay off the debt of sin on your own. It's completely out of your reach. It's an impossible bar. So, the good news is that the gospel is that Christ paid your sins. He paid for your sins on the cross on your behalf. That if you basically accept him as Lord and Savior, you will be saved. Think of the gospel as an amnesty. Okay? Think of it as an amnesty. And I think this is one of the best sort of illustrations. Okay? I use this illustration several times for people who really don't understand the gospel very well. Okay? Now, let's say, for example, your city has a pit bull amnesty. A lot of cities do this. I think pit bulls are perfectly nice dogs, but and they can be quite delightful. But a lot of cities do ban them, and they usually have an amnesty period, which basically says that okay, you ship your dog out to basically another city, or you have it, you turn it over to the city, and you agree not to get another pit bull, and we won't charge you with the crime of owning a pit bull. Okay? So, that's the amnesty. So, that's an amnesty. That's what it is. So, you're basically getting a reprieve of a certain period of time to set things straight so that you don't get charged with the crime. Okay? There's a divine amnesty too, which is basically that if you agree with God that you sin, okay, but you accept Christ's gift on the provision that you agree that it's sin, and you're going to repent and turn your back to it, your price is paid. Your sins are covered by the amnesty, by Christ's finished work on the cross. Okay? Now, of course, you are free to go back against the amnesty. You can go back and get, like with the pit bull example, you can go and get another pit bull, and now you're breaking the law, and now you're no longer covered by the amnesty. So that's sort of how the true message of the gospel works. Okay? So it's the whole matter is that Christ paid for your sins, and if you accept, basically, believe that Yahweh is Lord, Jesus is Lord, Jesus is Yahweh, and that he died and resurrected to pay for your sins, you'll have life everlasting. And basically, that's how you stay on the amnesty. So there's no way you can work your sins off. It's too big of a debt. But the good news is somebody else did it for you. Jesus Christ. So that's probably a lot to go on, but that's basically what the message of the gospel is. It's having that relationship with Jesus Christ. Okay. Are we getting close to the end here? Could be. Oh, There's another one from Madison. Asking Weird for 499. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the idea that Yahweh was originally believed to have been married to Asherah? I think there's some people in ancient Israel that believe this. But again, we're back to that hodgepodge thinking of Israelite religion, too. I don't think by any means all people thought this. I don't even think that that necessarily everyone who worshipped Asherah believed that it was a goddess. It does seem to be a form of, say, totem worship, similar to the Osiris fetish. Now, Osiris cult in Egypt had a big tree trunk with the carved head of Osiris on the top. And that was worshipped as sort of the idol of Osiris. And it was a big tree. It was a big fetish. More or less a big tree trunk. It strikes me that the religious practices of Asherah were very, very similar to the Osiris fetish. In which case, they've erected a pole, essentially a tree trunk, probably carved. And it was a device of worship that was used in place of an idol. So it strikes me that in some cases, it may not have even been that Asherah was considered to be a goddess as much as a form of practice. Kind of similar to how Moloch was actually synonymous with child sacrifice and not necessarily the name of a god. So I think it could be very much more in that vein, where Asherah was more bad orthopraxis than it even was bad orthodoxy. So I don't necessarily, I know that, for example, in the Ugaritic cycle, in the Baal cycle from Ugarit, that Asherah was a consort to Baal in some of those texts. But when you get to the Tel Adrud inscriptions, that becomes a lot less clear. A lot less clear. Like, for example, in the Tel Adrud inscriptions, you get the inscription, Yahweh and his Asherah. Well, it's not Yahweh and Asherah. There's that possessive pronoun there that seems to indicate it's not something that you would use. You wouldn't use that possessive pronoun with a goddess, a divine figure. It'd be very, very strange to write that out. You would use that if what was being referred to, though, was a votive, or it was a fetish. Basically, a large tree trunk. So I think here that it's going to depend a lot on whereabouts in Levant you're worshipping Asherah. I think Asherah practice varied widely. Even for example, like getting back to the Tel Adrud, one of the things you notice too on that in Ostraca, well, first of all, the text is very far offset from the so-called illustration, and a lot of it's fragmentary and a lot of it's missing. But one of the things that was really sort of struck me as odd when I looked at that was the sort of supposed illustration of Yahweh and Asherah is two male figures, not a male and a female. So it's a very strange illustration for it to be a marriage situation. So my guess is that the portion that had the Asherah in that ostraca is the part that's missing right below the inscription itself. So overall, to sum this thing up, I think Asherah worship was all over the map. I think Yahweh worship was all over the map in ancient Israel. I think there was a a canonical, proper method of Yahweh worship, which was monotheism. And I think sort of Asherah formed a parasitical association in some forms of aberrant Yahweh worship. Okay. So I don't doubt that there are some Israelites that worshipped Asherah as the wife of Yahweh. But I don't think that's also the only form of Asherah worship or the only form of Yahweh worship either. So again, I think too much is made of this. Too much is made of this. You know, we know that the Israelites were idolaters. We know this because the text tells us this. So, anyway. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I hope that helped. Okay. Still scrolling. Okay, I think we're down to the last super chat here, which is 1,000 clever boy for $2. A bonbon question, please. God bless. Absolutely. And thank you very much for the super chat. Okay. Let's go to a bonbon question up here. Let's go back and see about bonbon questions. Because now I gotta scroll back and find one. Yeah, we have answered a fair number in conversation already of bonbon questions, but and he's not prefixing a lot of them with a Q tonight, so we might be actually a little short on bonbon questions. I do see some questions from other people though that deserve some answers, but oh, okay, here's one. All right, we'll get to you, Addison, in a moment here. Bonbon. Is it common for Egyptologists to conduct underwater expeditions in the Nile and along the Red Sea Mediterranean for ancient Near Eastern remains like pots, or is there a problem with the archaeological context? No, it's not common for Egyptologists to conduct underwater expeditions. It does happen. It does happen. Like for example, there was one done off of Alexandria. That was done underwater, of course, because the whole port had subsided into the Mediterranean. So they go down in off the coast of Alexandria there, and they find like statues and pieces of temple down there. Just a big steely. I mean, they find amazing stuff off that coast, just because the whole city just sunk underwater. So yeah, it's super cool. I mean, that's super cool. Now, there's a few actual Egyptologists that are certified scuba divers. There's one out of the University of Arizona who's an expert in this field. And what is let's see if I can look up his name here. Find him quickly here. his name. Pierce Paul Kreisman is his name. He is an expert in underwater archaeology, and he's an Egyptologist too. So he is one of the. He is an expert diver. Yeah, a real expert, not a Ron Wyatt. He was part of that excavation at the Pyramid of Taharqa up in Sudan this year. While, say, for example, James Hoffmeyer was excavating the temple outside the pyramid, Priestman was actually doing his work inside the pyramid. Now, the pyramid, the tunnels in the pyramid are all flooded. They're all flooded. So the only way you can get at them is by scuba. So he went down there into those tunnels. But he's really an exception to this. There's very few Egyptologists that have certification in scuba. But he's one of them. He's one of them. And he's done a lot of good work. I'll say that, a lot of good work. The other thing is, there's certain parts, there's not really a lot of reason to do underwater expeditions of the Nile itself. Most likely, if there's a temple underneath the Nile, it's probably going to collapse, so there's probably not going to be much left of it. Second of all, is some parts of the Nile are kind of places you don't want to go scuba diving. Like, for example, Lake Nasser. Lake Nasser, on the other side of the Nasser Dam, has crocodiles. Okay? You're not going to go scuba diving there. It's just... yeah, there's crocodiles there. No. You kind of don't want to go in that water at all. Yeah, I'd stay out of Lake Nasser. Okay? It's probably the last place in Egypt that has crocodiles. But that's enough for me. So, but there are some places where, especially in flooded tunnels, that scuba diving is still the only way to really investigate them. Historical strategy gaming, they're just river puppies. No, crocodiles are not river puppies. Beg to differ with that one. Yeah, it was kind of creepy when they were eyeing me at Abu Simbel. Yeah, Kiara's not thrilled that I didn't tell her that I was being watched by the crocodiles in Lake Nasser. Oh boy. Yeah, so the two basically hot spots are in flooded tunnels and say on the Mediterranean coast of Alexandria. So that's where you're really going to get some big bang for the buck on underwater expeditions. Okay. And archaeological context is not going to be an issue because you're really not doing a stratification expedition there because the water's going to interfere with all that. Unless you can get rid of the water. And the situation in the Mediterranean with Alexandria is the water's just too deep for that. So, but, they'll find lots of goodies down there. They'll find ceramics. They'll find ostraca. They'll find big steely statues, parts of temples, all sorts. There's also really good stuff down there. So anyway, thank you for the question, and thank you for the sponsored question. Okay. The next one here is, I believe, is Bane Ray. Oh, nope, sorry, As Weir. Addison Weir says for 199. Thank you very much, super chat. Sponsoring all the non-super chats. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I'll take this one from Lego David. Do the Deuterocanonical books, which is the Apocrypha, books of Tobit and Judith, have any historical validity? Now, a few weeks ago, we did actually a full sort of... We took this question of the Apocrypha, and we sort of did just reading a Judith chapter 1. And it was bad. It was, the historicity of that was really, really poor. Tobit wasn't great either. So we really took a look at that from a historical stance. And we did give it a fair shake. But there's a lot of historical problems in the Apocrypha. So they might have some, I think there's some apocryphal books that do have more historical validity than others. I think you'd find a lot more history in Maccabees. In Maccabees, you're going to find a lot more history than you're going to find in Tobit or Judith. These are not stories, Tobit and Judith are not stories that are well grounded in history. So, this is why I think they were very late to be accepted by even, say Roman Catholics on this one. So, I would at this point go, no. As particularly Judith is particularly bad. Tobit doesn't talk so much about historical events, though. I mean, it tries to present a context. Context is kind of iffy. But in the case of Judith, it just really sort of contradicts so many historical facts that we know that it doesn't have any historical value at all. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Addison Weir, for sponsoring that question. Yeah, Brick Creation Maccabees is a dark book. Yeah, it is a dark book. But it's probably it's probably our only reference to the Maccabean War. So, I mean, only major one. I mean, Josephus will talk about it, but he's getting a lot of his stuff from the books of Maccabees. So, the Maccabees is a primary source for, say, the Maccabean War. So, again, that's our source, and, that I think is, I think it's valid for that. I think there's profit in reading the Apocrypha. I think there's profit in it. Because other people were reading it at the time. I think if the people in the context are reading it, you should read it too. But because people were reading it in the context doesn't make it historical either. So that's sort of the line I draw on this one. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. And let's see here. There's one more here. And then we'll go into non-super chats for a little while. And we'll call it a night. And then I get to sleep in tomorrow because I got tomorrow off. Woohoo! In which case I'm going to be doing videos all day. Bane Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I saw a few more pop up in the chat. Okay. Excellent. All right, we'll take this one here. I know Darkblade's been asking this for a while. Now that Amorite is more substantiated, does it need to be examined to know if the rate of Egyptian words in Hebrew Exodus story actually is uniquely high among the North Semitic languages? Okay, here's the problem with Ameritic, is we don't have a huge sample set. We've got 2 cuneiform tablets. That's it. We got some seal impressions too, Okay, so we've got enough now to establish that Ameritic is a language. We've got enough now to establish that Ameritic is the closest relative to Hebrew. We've got enough now to see that Hebrew got a lot of its vocabulary from Ameritic. But the rate of loanwords from Egyptian into Semitic languages is not very high, even for, say, the biblical texts. Now, in, say, classical Hebrew, Old Hebrew, especially for the Pentateuch, it's a lot higher than any other Semitic language. You find more loanwords in Hebrew than you do in any other Semitic language, bar none. But we also have a lot larger sample size in, say, Exodus. I mean, the sample size is huge compared to what we have for Ameritic. So it's not a question we can easily answer, and it's not a question we can easily answer because, again, we don't have enough Ameritic to answer this question completely. Now, more cuneiform texts could appear that it could add even more to our understanding of Ameritic. In that case, it might someday get a sample size where we can start asking that question. But right now, we just don't have enough. So, I know you've been asking this question for a long time, but that's the answer. Is we just don't have enough information yet. Maybe someday, hope springs eternal. I mean, look, a year ago we had nothing, practically nothing for Ameritic. We had a few names, text seals that people were trying to come. In fact, I've got a book on my shelf that tries to piece together the Ameritic language just from name seals. Okay. That's now been made completely obsolete by this discovery. We know more from that peer-reviewed article now than that mention, that vast scholarly effort to put together the Ameritic language from seal impressions. And it happened virtually overnight, within this year. So that's how quickly new discoveries can change the way we look at things. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for that sponsored question. We very much appreciate it, and that's a pretty good question. But again, I know it's been a while since you've been trying to get that answered, and we answered it here finally, and we want to thank Bain Ray for sponsoring that question. Where is it? Recreation. Dr. Falk heading to bed so early? Oh, that'd be so lovely. Okay. I saw a few more questions here. We'll take some non-super chats and then we'll call it a night. I saw one here. Okay, Alex Z. We'll take this one. Why is Merneptah the pharaoh of the Exodus? He isn't. They found sea salt on Merneptah as well. Why is that? They didn't. Okay. What they found on Merneptah was natron. All mummies are preserved in natron. Second of all, Merneptah died in his bed. He was an old man. He did not die in the Exodus. Here's the thing. The Israelites were already in Israel when Merneptah wrote his Merneptah Libyan Victory Stela. And that was written in the 5th regnal year. Okay? So the Merneptah Victory Stela was written in the 5th regnal year. Merneptah reigns 10 years. So there's no way that Merneptah could be the pharaoh of the Exodus, because He's still alive when the Israelites are already in Israel. So you can't have it both ways. So unfortunately, this is just something that just can't be. So, you get people who try to, dicker with the chronology and try to get the answer that they want. But, it's just, you just have to deal with the evidence. And the evidence just, categorically proves that the Israelites were already in Canaan at the time. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. Very much appreciated. But it was most likely Ramses II who is the Pharaoh of the Exodus. So anyway, and he did not die in the Red Sea. And the Bible doesn't claim it either. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciated. As in Weir 199, you will not call it a night. Ooh. I won't.
Yeah, in 1 hour we'll call it a day.
Yeah, in 1 hour we'll call it a day. Hey, just because I'm not going to work tomorrow, it doesn't give you guys license to keep me up all night. Okay? Mrs. Folk would be very unhappy with that. Okay. Let's see what else here. They saw something else here too. Did we?
I don't know. Yes, what happens when...
What happens when what disappears? Oh, they will over time. One of the things is that YouTube times out super chats. Okay? It times out all comments. So this is just something that YouTube does to keep its chat. Now, with what I'm using to keep track of the chats, I have it pretty much when I set up my session here. I can keep track of virtually everything. Okay, and I can go back to almost the absolute beginning here and to figure out what was said. Okay, so, but even though it's dropped off for most of the viewers, I still see them. So this is why I can, even though people have stacked the queue 40 super chats in, I can still keep track of most of them. Of course, I miss a few here and there, but that's a me problem, not a technology problem. All right, so going on to the next super chat, Sin Weir for $4.99. Who is your favorite super chat? And why do you say Kent? Who's your favorite Egyptologist? And why do you say Kent Hovind? Oh no, no, no! Oh boy. Wow. Sorry, Dr. Dino, it just doesn't do it for me. Man, that guy knows nothing about ancient Egypt. Nothing. Again, I saw his thing about the pyramids. Oh my gosh, it was so bad. So bad. David Roll, laugh out loud. Oh boy. Yeah, well, I think David Roll and Kent Hovind are probably on the same level, honestly. Just in different ways. I mean, Kent Hovind knows nothing about Egyptology. And his shtick is American Young Earth creationism. And Kent Hovind, when he said that the Great Pyramid of Khufu was the original pyramid and all the others were copies of it, I couldn't stop laughing. That was like one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I mean, it was just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Now, David Roll is insane on a different matter, which is his chronology. His chronology is totally... it's along the same lines of, Don't confuse me with the facts. It's a different kind of insanity, but it's insanity nonetheless. There are at least 200 synchronisms in the ancient Near East, tying together about 500 kings. David Rohl consults maybe 3-4 synchronisms for his new chronology and ignores all the rest. So, it's... Oh, yeah, at the debate. There was a debate I had in 2017 between myself, Douglas Petrovich, and David Rohl. And I brought up the fact that he ignores all the synchronisms. And I handed David Rohl. He said, "Oh, I don't know. I there's no synchronisms. There's no such thing as synchronisms." And it's like, okay, here's my documented list of all the synchronisms. Handed to him, and he just puts it down, face down, without even looking at it. Like, okay, I got your number. Don't confuse me with the facts because I got a good story and I'm making a lot of money off of it. So yeah, that's David Rohl. That's David Rohl in a nutshell. He's looking for idol worship. He's looking to be adored, and that's his shtick. He doesn't really believe it. He doesn't have to believe it because he gets all the attention he wants. Let me get that. Let me explain what happened here once it comes up here. There it is. Okay. 1000 Clever Boy says, "I wish I could see that debate. Is it on YouTube? No, it's not. It was not video recorded."
It was video.
Well, okay, I should say this.
Didn't make it available.
There is one video recording of it. Okay? It was never released. And it's owned by Scott Stripling. Scott Stripling made the only video recording of the debate. And we were told it was going to be released. It never was. Because it was such a pig's breakfast of a debate. Yeah, it was not a good look for their boy Petrovich, and it was not a good look for anybody actually. But it's a $10,000 bounty. Yeah. Yeah, very, very. Yeah, we'll never that tape will never see the light of day. It will never see the light of day. Now, ETS did make recordings of the papers, but none of the Q&A. So, yeah, I kind of figured. Petrovich was petrified by the idea of releasing it. Interesting, he didn't realize how badly he performed immediately after the debate. I saw him the following morning, and he gave me the dirtiest look imaginable. He had been told, someone told him that he had his shirt handed to him. So, yeah. But I learned a very valuable lesson from this debate, too. I learned that there was a lot of dirty tricks involved whenever you debate about the early Exodus date. People don't keep their promises. They'll scrub the record. Well, I won't go into that. However, anytime I do a debate on the early Exodus now, I make my own recording. Because I know the dirty tricks. I learned it at that debate, at that NEAS debate. And frankly, it happened again. When on Sean McDowell's channel, when I debated Titus Kennedy. Same dirty tricks. Didn't go their way. Delete the recording. So, yeah, exactly. Same tricks. Same goons. It all goes back to ABR. You trace it, it's going to all go back to ABR. So yeah, you just gotta realize that if you're going to enter into this debate, that's going to happen. They're going to make it disappear. And they'll make it disappear for political and financial reasons. Jack Ray, that was dishonorable. Yeah, it was very dishonorable. It was incredibly dishonorable. And then they try to couch it, well, we're just trying to protect folks' reputation. Yeah, the smugness of that was just unbelievable. It was so disingenuous, it was not even funny. Yeah, it was just dirty stuff. Dirty stuff. The debate Titus Kennedy was uploaded on Inspiring Philosophy's channel. Yeah, but it was my recording of it. Yeah, it was my recording that I let Inspiring IP use. So, ooh, good question. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How many enemies would you say that you have at ABR Laugh Out Loud? A lot of them. Yes, I've got. Let me see. I could probably name them. At least ones I've had conflicts with. I know when my name is mentioned at the NAS. Now, the NAS never used to be tied to ABR. It is now. The Near Eastern Archeology Society used to be a bona fide archaeological society for evangelicals. They got taken over by people from ABR. And they drove out the more moderate elements of the society. So basically, the NAS is now an extension of ABR. So it is very unfortunate. It's very sad. But ABR now has its meetings through the NAS at the Evangelical Theological Society, their general meeting. So you can go to the Evangelical Theological Society coming up in November, and you can sit in on the NAS meeting, which is the proxy for ABR's meeting. So that creates some very interesting thing because those meetings are public. As IP is so wonderfully demonstrated. You know, he went to the last meeting. And he said to Mark Hassler, one of the ABR goons, he said to him, so you're an early dater? And Mark Hassler said, oh, yes, absolutely. Yourself? And IP goes, well, I'm here on behalf of Dr. Falk. He said the expression on his face. It was like sucking lemons. IP's comment was, it's like he just mentioned the devil's name. Now, I have never met Hassler. I mean, he's seen me in action, but I've never met him personally. So, you know, that's very telling right there. But I've had one-on-one conflicts with Bryant Wood, Roger Young, Clive Billingham, of course Titus Kennedy, Douglas Petrovich. It's almost a who's who of of Steve Rudd. There's another one. I got along more with Steve Rudd than I got along with the others, but he's still ABR. Um, so uh, so yeah, they love me over at ABR. Yeah. Ugh. Yes, there's a lot of people now at ABR who just who know me. Yeah. Uh well, I'm not sure I'd be the person to start an archaeological society. It takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of buy-in, so probably not really my calling, but I wouldn't mind getting together with my friends at ETS this year and just say, hey, let's just hang out for a while. I think that's worth doing. So, it doesn't have to be a formal thing. Jack Ray says, maybe we could plan to deposit many copies of a certain book at that meeting. Well, I'm sure they'll sweep the room and toss them all in the garbage. That's sort of their thing. So, the Dr. Falk Rogues gallery is extensive. Hey, well, there was a saying, there was something from Doctor Who that really sort of resonated with me once. You can judge the quality of a man by the quality of his enemies. If a man has highbrow enemies, that says something about the man. If he's got lowbrow enemies, that also says something about the man. So the quality of one's enemies does reflect on the quality of the man. So the fact that, my enemies are basically ABR, does reflect upon my character. So, 1000, I love classic Doctor Who. Yes, I do too. Yeah, I grew up on it as well. Um, it's actually one of the reasons why I got into Egyptology was because of the Doctor Who episode Pyramid of Mars. Love that episode. Uh, it just ignited the imagination for me. As they're creeping into that tomb, supposedly of the First Dynasty. Now I know no First Dynasty tomb looked like that, but yep, it's Tom Baker, Doctor Who. Uh, so, uh, yeah, that really sort of got me into thinking, okay, this would be really, really cool.
1,000 clever boy about asking you about cars.
Let's pull that up. Oh yeah, definitely. It was very inspiring. Very, very, very inspiring. I always 1000 Clever Boy said, I always thought about asking you about pyramids of Mars. Yeah, I love that episode. Absolutely love that episode. As I said, that's what inspired me to pursue Egyptology. That and basically, interestingly enough, when I was I guess I was in my early teens when I saw Pyramids of Mars. But the way that it was broadcast on our local TV station, they would show a Doctor Who episode and then they'd show documentaries of ancient Egypt. So they would show two at the same time. So I got the fiction and I got real, say, kids documentaries on, say, King Tut's tomb. Fascinating. It was like, oh my gosh, this is like the like programming made for me as a kid. It was just like so cool. They would talk about one would talk about the curse of the mummy, curse of Tut's mummy, or one would talk about the pyramids. And I got this great set of documentaries alongside of Doctor Who. Of course, that was sort of made me interested in this subject. So yeah, that was well, that's a little bit about my background there. science fiction did inspire me, and it shaped how I wanted to pursue my life. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the classic Doctor Who. Classic Doctor Who. I like some of the new ones too. I did not like this last one bit. I stopped watching after that. I think a lot of the fans did. So yeah, Tennant and Smith did a very good job. I even like Eccleston. I think he did an excellent job. I mean, he really breathed life back into the franchise. So he was very, very good. But the writing's gone downhill, and I don't watch it anymore because of that. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll turn it around. You know, things can happen. Yeah, he was good. He was very good.
Producer did Eccleston.
Yes, I had heard that. That the producer who did Eccleston and Tennant is coming back to produce the next season. We'll see how it works out. Okay, we'll see how it works out. That is promising. Yeah, I like the story-driven stuff. Chibnall is awful. Chibnall was absolutely awful for the series. You know, he wanted to just basically remake it in his image. Okay. I didn't care for that. All right, we're going to take a couple more non-super chats again and call it a night here, because it is getting late. So, yeah, I hope Tennant is returning as a Doctor. I haven't heard that confirmed, though. I've heard he's coming back for a special. They haven't said if he's going to reprise the role. If he reprises the role, then yeah, I'm all in again. But again, is Tennant really coming back to reprise the role, not just in a special? Because they do these Christmas specials where the Doctor will return for one episode and then he's replaced by somebody else. Oh, he is the new one, not the one he did before. Okay. Last season. Okay, interesting. The last episode, Jodie literally regenerated into him. Cool. All right. Then I might be back on board with this. Because that'd be better. Much better. Okay. But only for a few. Bane Ray super chats. All right. Let's see. I'll find it here. Okay. We got a super chat here from Bane Ray for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. This one is for Danny Dement's question. Okay. I've seen a lot of people cite Ezekiel 16:49 to say the sin of Sodom was actually radical inhospitality. Is this accurate, or is there deeper context to the verse? Okay. Let's pull this up. Ezekiel 16:49. Okay, there's now one of the things about the whole thing about Sodom and Gomorrah is various parts of the text are going to ascribe different things to Ezekiel. Okay, this is just one. Now, there's another passage that also ascribes the sin of Sodom as being a lying tongue. You know, that they were perpetual liars. So there's several versus that comment on the whole Sodom thing. So it's not just one, and we have to be really careful here. So when we talk about, say, Sodom, we have to be very acutely aware of this. It's not just radical impossibility; it's other things too. But verse 49 says, "Behold, this was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had arrogance, gaon, pride, very proud, self-exalted, abundant food, so satiety. She's always, chowing down, and she's got lots of food, more than she needs." Yep.
Is depriving other people.
Yep.
And in the knife edge.
Yep. Yep. Now, again, that satiety is tied into the sin of gluttony. So people ate as much as they want without caring for others. Okay. And this is sort of amplified by the next one, shakat. That careless ease. They're self-satisfied. They're content. But she did not help the poor and the needy. Okay, so this is what's here is going on in this particular passage of Ezekiel 16. Is she's proud, puffed up. She's got more food than she needs, but she's not distributing it fairly. Each person is not getting a living share. So the powerful have the food, and they want for nothing. And she did not help her fellow people who were poor and the needy. Okay, so this is not just radical inhospitability. The problem with the idea of radical inhospitality is that it's sort of trying to add a cosmetic explanation on top of the Genesis account. So, but as I said, there's other verses that do respond to this as well. Let's see if I can find them here quickly. Yep. So let me see if I can find it quickly here. We have, for example, Jude chapter 1. Pull it up again. Just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them, since in the same way these indulged in gross immorality, essentially sexual sin, and went after strange flesh. That heteros sarx is a euphemism. And I'll let you guess what that euphemism is. So that's how Jude 1 portrays it. Here. It's 9. So there's multiple causes that are being ascribed to them. Okay, I think there's at least one more passage to consult here. Let me see if I can find it quickly. We just talked about Ezekiel 16. So I know there's multiple passages here that talk about Sodom, and it describes multiple causes. So we've seen that sexual immorality is part of this formula, but there's also, say, the sin of gluttony. Jeremiah 23:14 states, "Among the prophets of Jerusalem I've seen a horrible thing, the committing of adultery and walking in falsehood, and they strengthened their hands of evildoers so that no one has turned back from his wickedness. All of them have become to me like Sodom, and her inhabitants like Gomorrah." Okay, so adultery and falsehood. So that's about all I can come up with at it's fine at the moment on this. But there's, as I said, there's not just one cause of for the sin of Sodom. It's many things. It's many things. It's gluttony, it's sexual sin, it's pride, it's lying. So it's that whole mix of stuff. It's just say wanton sin, you know. And there's even one verse where they basically said they did it out in the open, so they're not even ashamed of it. So there's a whole lot going on there with the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing. So it isn't just one thing. And I think to trivialize it to radical inhospitality, sort of, even though that would have been in the ancient Near East considered to be quite the social sin, it's not just that. It's many of these things. So anyway, I want to thank Bane Ray for sponsoring this question. Thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for that question. Okay, we're going to take a couple more questions, and then we're going to call it a night. So, guys, I think Addison Weir has gotten tired, and I think Addison Weir needs to sleep. Ah. Didn't he ask it multiple times? Nico Care 77777. Would it be okay if my question concerning the Mount Ebal curse tablet could also be answered before we call it a night? We've answered as much of the Mount Ebal question as we're going to answer tonight. Okay? Tune in Monday. Okay? Tune in Monday. You have to wait till Monday. Monday is when we're going to go over the Mount Ebal curse tablet. Okay? We've done actually several videos on the Mount Ebal curse tablet already. If you want to, you can look at our list of Man Machine alerts. We do have a playlist for Man Machine alerts. So you can look at that if you want to get some more perspective on the Mount Ebal curse tablet prior to this publication. But we're going to go into that publication on Monday. And we release those videos at 8 a.m. Monday morning, Pacific time. But that's all we're going to answer on this one tonight. So you're going to have to wait. But we promise it's going to be worth the wait. Okay? So sorry to disappoint you, but no, we're not going to answer it tonight. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. So now that time has passed, Who's better archaeologist, Indiana Jones or Titus Kennedy? There's no contest. It's definitely Indiana Jones. He wears a cool fedora as opposed to a Tilly hat, which kind of makes him look silly. Indiana Jones has a cooler hat than Titus Kennedy. I'm sorry, it's just what makes him a better archaeologist. It's the hat. Of course, it's the hat. Ouch, laugh out loud by Bane Ray. S and Weir with 5 smiley faces. Wait for the next one to come up here. Yep. It's the hat. It's definitely the hat. Bane Ray, the hat does do it, though. Well, why do you think Zahi Hawass wears an Indiana Jones hat? You know, you think he's just for to keep the sun off his head? I mean, that thing's those fedoras are hot in the Egyptian sun. You know, people wear that hat to look cool. That's the only reason to wear the fedora in the Egyptian sun, is to look cool. You know, people who are trying to beat the heat have a stupid looking floppy cotton hat. The fedora is made out of wool. Now, it's not the sort of thing you want to wear in the Egyptian heat. But hey, yeah, yeah, Dr. Falk needs a hat by Bane Ray. Yeah, I've never gone into the whole costume thing. I mean, you get so many of these clowns who just dress up in costumes and, you know, pretend to be like archaeologists. You know, guys like Kramer, another ABR goon. You know, David Rule does the same thing. You know, he dresses like he cosplays an archaeologist and is just like, oh, it's just so cringe, and I just couldn't. I could never bring myself to do it. I mean, when I go out to Egypt, I mean, I got the stupid looking floppy cotton hat. I wear t-shirts and shorts. You know, that's as archaeologist as I get. You know, occasionally I'll wear a shemagh, you know, one of these things just because it's good to beat the heat. But, you know, and I'll wear it desert style because, you know, I think it's well worth it to do it the right way. But yeah, that's more of a practical thing. It's practical clothing.
Your dresses in the
I dare you to dress as Indiana Jones at ETS.
No.
How much of a bounty are you willing to put up for it? Bane Ray, I want one of those. You know what? When you go to Egypt, you can get one of the things I always buy is scarves and shemaghs. They're cheap. They make great gifts. I've got them in like half dozen colors. I've got a green one. I got a blue one. I've got one that's kind of olive color. That's cashmere. That's beautiful. It just feels great to the touch. I think I've even got a plain white one. So, you know, it's just like, yeah, I wear a lot of, when I'm out in Egypt, I wear a lot of them just because it's so practical. You can use it to keep warm at night. You can use it to keep the heat off of you. Just, you know, it's just great. You can even use it to like pack stuff around. I mean, it's just incredibly useful. incredibly useful. You know, it's absolutely one of those essential things you should have if you go to Egypt.
And modern day Egyptians really
And modern day Egyptians use them too. So it's not even a past thing. It's just one of those things that just is part of the culture because it's so useful. Yeah, it is dang hot.
and they don't.
Yeah, they don't wear sombreros. No. Can you imagine Egyptians wearing sombreros?
Yes, because those are eminently practical.
Okay. Let's take a couple of more let's get to those final non-super chats and then call it a night. Sombrero for the shade. Yep. All right. Let's. Yeah, they're making me go down rabbit trails tonight. There you go. Right up to the beginning here. Let's see if we can find some nice, juicy non-super chats here to finish off the night. Here's another. I didn't show up yet. Okay, we got another super chat here. Here's another rabbit trail. Okay. With a real rabbit. Fair enough. Oh, I hope it's mine. Well, let's see what your question said. Let's see if I can find your question. Okay. It's a question of eschatology, but it's an interesting question. We'll give it a go. Hey, brick creation. If Jesus is the temple and his followers are the stones of that temple, does that demand that the new heaven and the new earth is of the same substance? Josephus calls the Second Temple period a symbolic heaven and earth. Is that necessary to understand the passages for the new heaven and the new earth, Messianic temple, and New Jerusalem in the ancient Hebraic context? Okay. We have to understand that the whole idea is that Jesus is the temple. The cornerstone, actually. He's actually the cornerstone. And the stones are built on top of that cornerstone. It's a metaphor. Okay? It's not a literal thing. Okay? It's a metaphor of basically the idea that Christ is building his kingdom. Building his kingdom. The new Jerusalem. The new heavens and the new earth are extensions of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. And that entire kingdom is then presented before the Father. So, I don't think we need to understand this in the sense that, say, Josephus does. I don't think you need to understand that as calls the second temple symbolic or heavenly temple. I don't think you need to mystify it in this way. I think all you need to do is essentially just understand this as metaphor. of, say, Christ building his kingdom. And I think that usually, that's pretty much suffices. Okay? But again, each of us will be made in the image of Christ, when we are resurrected with our new bodies. So that is, in that respect, we are all stones. We're all stones, and we are all being placed upon a foundation of the apostles and of Jesus Christ himself. So I think that's how we understand this in the New Testament context, as opposed to, say, Josephus's understanding, which is not moored in the New Testament. It's moored in, say, rabbinic thought instead. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. And we got a few more super chats. Okay. Next super chat here from 1000 Cleverboy for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Heard of Scott Carroll? He got papyri from mummies using dish soap for a while. Thoughts on him? Okay. Yeah, I had heard of him. He was buying up artifacts for some time in order to, again, use dish soap to delaminate the mummies. Basically cartonnage. Now, cartonnage is essentially a mummy case that's made out of essentially paper mache made using papyrus. So he would delaminate these antiquities to look for essentially copies of the New Testament. That's really what he's looking for. Okay. Now, I have some issues with that. Okay. One problem I really have with this is he's doing destructive archaeology here. Now, it's different in the case of what we found at Oxyrhynchus, even with the mummified crocodiles. There are so many mummified crocodiles. It doesn't matter if you destroy, 1 or 2, 20 of those crocodile mummies, because there's so many of them. No museum would be able to house them all. Okay? The problem was Scott Carroll was targeting things such as mummification masks, basically death masks. These are artifacts that cannot be replaced. The other thing was that it becomes a matter of diminishing returns. The fact is that we have a lot of text support already for the New Testament. Compared to the Old Testament. The Old Testament, we don't have that much textual support, comparatively speaking. But for the New Testament, oh yeah, there's lots of manuscripts. Lots of manuscripts. And some even date to the 2nd century. So, let's say he does find a piece of the New Testament in one of these mummies. How is that really going to move the ball forward much as far as New Testament studies goes? It really doesn't. Yeah, 1000 Cleverboy said it seemed amazing the works he was finding, not just New Testament stuff. It seemed anyway. He did find some stuff. I mean, he did find some texts, but it's more along the lines that the reason he was doing it was to find New Testament stuff. Now, here's the other thing too. Is today we also have non-destructive methods of extracting texts. There's scanning technologies now that you can put a mummy inside and get all the text out of without ever destroying it. Why would you need to resort to dish soap at this point? By the time he was doing this in, say 2013, that technology had already been out there. It was unnecessary. So, okay. He made... So he's trying to advance the ball on New Testament scholarship by destroying Egyptian artifacts that are irreplaceable. It's not going to advance the scholarship for the New Testament, so he ends up just destroying the mummies. And that those methods could be replaced by non-destructive scanning technologies. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It sounded like, to be honest, a dilettante with a little bit of background information of how to unwrap a mummy, going at it and getting a lot of financial support to do it. So I had some really, really deep concerns over what he was doing. I was not a fan of it. Just not a fan of it. And again, it's not actually going to advance his goals. So again, why do it? Yeah, it's not... I mean, the scanning stuff's cool tech. Soap? Dish soap isn't. As I said, it's just delaminating... it's delaminating the cartonnage. Chemically. So... Oh yeah, he was getting a lot of money. Yeah, he was well-funded. I mean, well-funded enough to buy antiquities on the antiquities market. So yeah. Yeah, he was well-funded. But here's the thing, too. You know, Christians will fund this stuff. You know, yeah. If it doesn't, just the idea of new finds. All you have to do is present out say, oh, we're going to do new finds as the carrot. Yeah, Christians will fund that, unbelievably.
Real scholarship? They're not interested.
Yeah, actual scholarship that actually moves the ball on our understanding of the Bible, they're less likely to fund. But if you say, oh, I've got this dig going on in Israel, and we're going to go out there and look for the Ark of the Covenant, oh yeah, they'll fund you. It doesn't even matter if it's true. They'll throw money at that.
The reason people don't like your book is you said
Yeah, it's just... Oh. Josh McDowell was super funding him then. Yeah, he was. As far as I know, but he was getting a lot of money for sure. Then yes, he was. But then again, too, that whole idea of the next find, the next find, the next find, the next find. We have tons and tons of archaeology already. We're not going back and saying, oh, well, this is our evidence we have. Let's look at the evidence we have and really try to come to terms with it. It's just the next find. It's kind of an endorphin hit. It's sort of an endorphin hit for Christians. Yeah, okay. You funded a dig. Okay, you've destroyed a site. Was there anything that came out of it? Oh, we got this little jar. Oh, see, more evidence for the Bible. We found a potsherd. There's your evidence. As it just becomes one hit after the other. This is why the Wyatt guys, people who are fans of Wyatt, are so hooked on him. They're so hooked. I mean, they're literally on an endorphin rush. They're quite literally on an endorphin rush because, Wyatt learned how to keep his marks strung along. You present a little bit of bait. Oh, this is not the discovery we're looking for. Okay, here's the new shiny thing you're supposed to look at. Oh, that's not what we're looking for. Oh, here's the new thing. And it just becomes one endorphin hit right after the other. So his people, come to the end of his documentaries and go, he discovered so much when he discovered nothing. They're not actually being enlightened. They're not being educated. They're not receiving information. They're just getting one endorphin hit right after the other and feeling satisfied at the end of it that they've gotten this sort of rush all the way through. This is the problem with say many of the books on the Ark of the Covenant too, is they are essentially vicarious voyages of faith that are meant to give you periodic endorphin hits. And it doesn't educate and it doesn't elucidate. And it's really terrible. It creates Christians who want that sensationalism, that want that endorphin rush, but it doesn't strengthen anyone's faith. In fact, it weakens it, because once the endorphin rush goes away, they've got nothing but an empty faith. Yeah, I will agree. It's so frustrating and Yarad says, it's so frustrating to have bad thinking for the sake of sensationalism. It's how you alienate people. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And as weird, books on the Ark of the Covenant are by definition blah blah. Yeah, they are. They promise to find the treasure and you never do. This is one of the reasons why I wrote my book, is because I think there is some really important stuff to say about the Ark of the Covenant. Good scholarly information. But all of that gets swept over by the sensational garbage. All of it. It's hard to compete in that space just because the sensationalism is so bad. It's so bad and it's so disingenuous, and it's the same thing over and over. Oh, we're going to look for the Ark of the Covenant here. Oh, it's not there? Well, maybe it's at this place. It's not here? Oh, this is not the place we were looking for. Let's go look at that place. On and on and on, repeated over and over and over ad nausea. Just, yeah, you were probably jokingly including my book, but this is the reason I wrote my book, is to do something better, something higher. And, it frustrated me that, that the ground had been so salted by these books. Before my book came out, a lot of people were saying, oh, really? You're going to write a book on the Ark of the Covenant? Yeah, you must have got your PhD at a, Holiday Inn Express.
Yeah, somebody actually.
Yeah, people were actually saying that. Because the earth had been so salted by these people that it became a topic of derision. So you couldn't say anything intelligent about it because, people have gotten so jaded by this junk. And we can thank the Ron Wyatts of this world for that.
Yet they can't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just terrible. And this is why bad archaeology, like bad currency, drives out good. It's the same deal. The bad will drive out the good every time. It's how ABR, the bad archaeology, drove out the good from the NAAS. Same deal. So, yeah, it's frustrating, but again, we do have to make a good faith effort to try to turn it around as well, if we can. Because I think there's stuff we can learn here. And I think that's awesome. The stuff we can learn is totally cool. It's cool, it's interesting, and it's informative. And it will build up people's faith. So, that's it. I think we have another super chat here. I got a couple here. Okay. Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. This is blah blah. Well, yeah. Addison Weir for $1.99. We must tire the dock. We must tire the dock. And also for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Then keep them up at night. then keep them up at night. Okay, well, we are getting close to midnight here, so I'm going to take one more non-super chat, and then I'm going to call it a night. Okay, one more non-super chat. Let's see what we can find here. And if I don't find something that interests me, well. I'm going to take this question. This will be our final question for the night. Okay, from Lego David. And he asks, best piece of evidence that would support an early Exodus? I think, okay, I'm going to answer the second question. The first question, I don't think there's any good evidence for it. But then again, too, that might be my personal bias here. Okay, I don't think there's good evidence for the early Exodus. Who makes the best case for it? Now, that's a different question. That's a different question entirely. I think who makes the best case for the early Exodus is actually Bimson. Now, he's a scholar most of you have never heard of. He makes the best case. Now, he doesn't hold to the same early Exodus as ABR. He holds to a different variant of it. He thinks that the Exodus took place under the reign of Thutmose III. He holds to a generally a conventional low chronology. He's not a loon. He's not a loon. Now he's wrong. I think his identification of Thutmose III is very problematic. Okay, but he's having to deal with less problems than, say, a Peter van der Veen, who basically holds to David Rule's chronology. Has less problems than, say, ABR, who will hold to, say, a Amenhotep II plus a 1446 date of the Exodus. He has to make a lot less. He asserts less. I mean, he's basically not. His evidential case is not great. Okay. In fact, his evidential case is pretty poor. But he doesn't bother citing evidence either. He basically says, well, you got 1 Kings 6:1, 1446. That equals Thutmose III. That's the end of the case. Yeah. Yeah. So, that's as far as Bimson will go. He doesn't go any further than that. That for him is the end of it, the matter. So, the whole, is there evidence of for the Exodus, Pharaoh, losing his army? He doesn't care. That's just, he says, well, there's other possible explanations, such as, hyperbole. He'll say, yeah, Egypt lost its army, but that's in the text is you got hyperbole. So he'll use hyperbole a lot as his explanation for why the Exodus is not reflected in the Thutmose III documents, such as the Annals of Thutmose III. So I don't think he's got a good case. But I think it's better than the others. And I only think it's better than the others because it's less bad. It's less rotten. So again, that's really where I would sort of of all the people who purport an early Exodus date, Bimson makes the best case, but it's not good. It's just less bad. And again, he doesn't have any real evidence. None of them do. None of them do. They have to do this phony baloney kind of evidence to get there. I mean, I'll say this, at least Bimson does not misread Exodus 4:19 and Exodus 2:23 to conclude that the predecessor of the Exodus king had reigned 40 years. I mean, that argument is so bad, it is not even funny. I mean, yeah, Addison, it's not evidence. It's not evidence. But the problem is, you got your choices between presenting no evidence and twisting the evidence. That's a tough choice. You know, which one's better? The twisted evidence or the non-existent evidence? You know, yeah, we'd prefer real evidence. But that's all they got. I mean, once you look under the paper-thin facade of early Exodus arguments, I mean, it's not good. It's really, really poor. You know, I still remember, what's his name now? When Wright, another ABR goon, you know, he was saying, well, you know, there's all this evidence for Semitic occupation at Avaris, but just wait, new evidence is going to come. Just wait, new evidence is going to come, and that's going to overturn that. It's like, well, that's not the way. You know, that's not the way evidence works. You know, it doesn't work that way. You know, new evidence coming along doesn't get rid of the old evidence. It might help reinterpret the old evidence, but it never eliminates the old evidence. Wow. Yeah, so anyway, Lego David, that's basically it. You know, there's no evidence essentially supporting an early Exodus date. Just isn't any. And who makes the best case? The guy who makes the least claims, essentially. So in the case of where you have, say, best evidence versus non-existent evidence versus twisted evidence, on that spectrum, the guy who makes the least claims is going to win. And that, in this case, is going to be Bimson. And it's not good. It's really not good. So, that's going to be the last non-super chat for the night. Yep, I agree. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. I totally agree. But then again, presence of evidence is evidence of presence. So the converse works. If you've got positive evidence, that's evidence for a positive. But absence of evidence is nothing at all. You know, it's absolutely nothing at all. It's not evidence for, and it's not evidence against. Addison Weir. Remember, kids, if the evidence conflicts with your beliefs, then there must be something wrong with it. Yeah. This is why I'm an evidentialist. I follow the evidence wherever it leads. I've had to change my beliefs a few times because of it. I'm comfortable with that. I'm okay with that. If I'm wrong because of the evidence, I want to know, and I want to change my beliefs accordingly. But the evidence must be there, and it must be good evidence. So that's why I take the position as a maximal facts evidentialist. Jack Ray, thank you for your stream. Well, you're most welcome. It's been a pleasure to serve you and the community. Evidence for what I hate is not evidence. Yeah, that seems to be a lot of what thinking that goes into this discussion. It just does. You know, you see it over and over and over again. So, you know, you kind of have to roll with that. You don't give them a free pass, but you do have to roll with it. Synchronism? BC says most people don't want the truth, they just want to be right. Well, some people do, but some people also want ideas that are comfortable, that are affirming. Some people don't care about the truth. Some people don't care about being right. I remember I worked for a boss once. And we had 2 vendors come out to pitch their storage arrays. Okay, this was when I still worked in tech. And, you know, the whole system admin team went to the boss and said, hey, wait, you know, select this vendor because it's a great product. We all know it inside and out. We can take care of it behind with our hands behind our back. And, you know, it's going to work trouble-free. And my boss said to me the most incredible thing I ever heard. He said, I know what you're saying is true, but I like what the other guy said better. That was one of the biggest eye-openers I've ever had in my life. He knew what I was saying was true. Truth didn't matter. He liked the other guy's story more. And sure enough, yeah, it was not the best choice. But it gave me a huge insight into human nature that I'll never forget. That people want a good story, even if it's not true. So a lot of people don't care to be right as long as they've got the story. Because it's stories that comfort. That sort of diminish cognitive disequilibrium. And if all you do is accept stories, then you are susceptible to all sorts of delusion. Just because whoever tells the next best story wins. And all you're doing at that point is running an arms race of competing stories. And there's no truth to trump any of it. So we're going to call it a night at this point. I think we've answered a lot of questions tonight. I want to thank everybody who joined us tonight. I want to thank our super chatters who have donated generously tonight. Thank you very much for your support of this channel. We can't do this without you, so we really, really appreciate it. You put food on our table, and this helps us to make more videos. So, and making more content is the goal of this channel. Goal that basically enlightens and entertains. As well, we also want to thank our Patreon subscribers who basically recently funded our memory upgrade for our systems. Thank you very much. That's helped our video editing tremendously. So again, we want to thank our Patreon supporters for helping out. We really appreciate you, and we are so, so grateful for the support. And finally, we want to also thank our subscribers. If you haven't subscribed, please consider doing so. Hit that like and subscribe button so you don't miss any of our content. Also, we want to thank those who have hit the like button, leave comments, and basically share links of our videos on other social media platforms. That opens our platform to new audiences, and we really appreciate that because that brings in new subscribers. Oh, Addison demands his last super chat. Okay. Okay. You wanted read with gusto too, I bet. Addison for $1.99. Thank you very much for that final super chat. And he goes, Mwahahaha. It's just an evil laugh. Oh, you think I can do better? All right. You got your final super chat. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Have a great night, everyone.